powerful action across boardrooms, airwaves, and global platforms, including the United Nations. Today, she brings the same sharpness, clarity, and presence to one of the most consequential conversations.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that warm welcome. Hello, everybody. Please feel free to occupy the front row, the front sections of this room so that we are closer together. There is lots of discussion that's set to take place, so please feel free to move forward so that you are closer to the stage and the discussions that will be taking place. Ke a le dumedisa, sanibonani, thobela, good morning, goeiemorgen. Are you well? Are you ready for today's discussions? I want to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, the speakers that we'll be hearing from on the stage in a short while, members of the media, and of course, friends of public procurement, governance, and development. It's both a privilege and a great responsibility, of course, to be part of this National Public Procurement Policy Colloquium, and it is proudly convened by the UNISA Graduate School of Business Leadership here at Gallagher Convention Center in Midrand. We not only welcome those of you in the room, but we also welcome audiences joining us online and audiences joining us via public broadcasting. Today, we have gathered experts, a myriad of experts and stakeholders, as we take a deeper dive into one of the most important issues, an issue that has real consequence for South Africans. Gathered here procurement sits at the heart of how a state delivers on its promises. Because it shapes whether roads get built, procurement shapes whether energy projects move. It shapes whether infrastructure reaches communities and whether small businesses get a fair shot and whether public money ultimately translates into public value. And we know in South Africa, this isn't a small question. It's a weighty question because this colloquium is taking place with the backdrop of one of the most significant procurement reform moments since the dawn of democracy. And that's the Draft General Public Procurement Regulation 2026 under the Public Procurement Act 28 of 2024. And these are poised to reshape how procurement is administered across all spheres of government and state-owned entities. We're talking trillions of rands, estimated at about 2.7 trillion rand. And these reforms are not merely administrative adjustments, so to speak. They are structural choices, choices around what kind of state we're building, what kind of economy we're enabling, and ultimately the kind of future we want to see. Our theme for today, as you may have seen, is not only a title of a conference, but it's a national challenge, and it's entitled Reimagining Public Procurement for Inclusive Growth, Industrialization, and State Capability. It asks us to think quite seriously about how procurement can become more than a system of buying and compliance. This theme asks us to think about how procurement can become a strategic lever for economic inclusion, industrial development, localization, as well as ethical governance and service delivery. And how procurement can, at the heart of it, also uphold the constitutional values that we're so proud of. Values of fairness, equity, transparency, competitiveness, and cost effectiveness, while all at once also advancing the urgent work of transforming a society that still carries the weight of inequality, exclusion, and historical injustice. And because if we're honest, and South Africans value honest conversations, procurement has too often been one of our highest hopes and also one of our deepest frustrations. This is where they often meet. It is where constitutional promise can become visible in practice for many of our communities. But it is also where weak governance, poor oversight, and ethical failure can hurt the public most directly. When procurement works, the public feels it. And then when it fails, the public and the community feel it even faster. So today isn't just about policy language or legal architecture or regulatory processes. It's also about trust. It's about capability. It's about whether the state and business can spend wisely, act ethically, govern transparently, and deliver meaning. And that is why, or that's what actually makes the UNISA Graduate School of Business Leadership so significant in hosting this colloquium at this moment. The Graduate School of Business Leadership is backed by 150 years of academic excellence from the University of South Africa. And the Graduate School of Business Leadership brings scholarship, policy insight, and developmental purpose into this room with us today. This is where, as the saying goes, scholarship meets statecraft, and that's what you can expect in the course of our discussions. And so today's colloquium is designed to both be a knowledge sharing platform and also as a means of bridging between government, organized business, and academia. And it invites us to interrogate the draft regulations, to engage the broader public finance, management, and procurement governance landscape. And I think to also reflect on the triple PMFA environment. That's the opportunity we have here today. There are several key themes and issues that will be arising, so extend your mind to things around transparency, issues around transparency and accountability. How does this draft reflect on this? Value for money and fiscal accountability, triple BE and inclusive economic participation, professionalization of procurement, supplier development and localization, risk management and governance oversight, infrastructure, sustainability, and life cycle value, reducing barriers to entry for SMMEs, as well as historically disadvantaged persons. So how does this draft feature these various themes? There will be question and answer sessions right throughout the day. So let's start thinking around these very important aspects of this policy. And so today's colloquium matters in South Africa because we would like to build a very capable developmental state, a state where procurement must be treated as one of the most powerful levers available to the state to truly transform our society. And so before we begin, now that we have done the introduction to the day ahead, I would like to acknowledge all our speakers, our moderators, the delegates joining us here today, as well as our partners. Our partners being BPI Foundation, BBC, that's the Black Business Council, BMF, as well as our sponsors being the National Empowerment Fund, the IDC, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, African Bank, and ESCOM. We thank you so much for making sure that we're able to have these discussions and to craft our feedback, especially ahead of the cutoff happening on the 15th of June. All this feedback is what National Treasury is expecting. I would also like to acknowledge our hosts once more, the UNISA Graduate School of Business Leadership. Thank you for convening a space that is of the scale equal to the moment that are facing. But ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into our program, I'd like to invite you all to stand for the South African National Anthem, which will also be immediately followed by the AU anthem. If you could please rise. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You can take a seat. Now, as promised, today will be filled with plenty of dialogue. And so we ask that you approach these settings, these discussions with an openness. Let us challenge ideas and let us leave here transformed. There will be panel discussions, 3 to be precise. There will also be keynote speakers. And there'll also be opportunities for your questions that will be addressed by those who are coming up on stage. But for now, though, we would like to extend a welcome on behalf of our host to everybody gathered here today. And in a short while, we'll be hearing welcome remarks on behalf of our host, the UNISA School of Business Leadership. But for your comfort, there'll also be a QR code on the screen for you to be able to project and anticipate what is happening on the program, get the names of our speakers and our moderators as the day continues. That QR code will be transmitted on the screen throughout the day. But for now, though, let's tell you more about the UNISA Graduate School of Business Leadership before we get into our first speaker. Take a look at the screen.
Whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper.
More than anything, UNISA must be celebrated as a pioneer of the distance education model, an enduring gift not only to South Africa, the continent, but to the human civilization in the knowledge arena the world over.
Education is the light in a dark room. It's the spark of a dream, a passport to the future, and the seed of generational change. Through education, we reflect on yesterday and define tomorrow. Rooted in South Africa and the African continent, UNISA can truly claim to be the African university in the service of humanity. UNISA stands at the pinnacle of education through open distance e-learning, with a footprint of students in more than 100 countries worldwide. Since the founding of the university in 1873 as an examining body, we have been a trailblazer. To this end, UNISA is working on the following catalytic niche areas. Marine studies. As a discipline, marine studies covers field-specific studies like marine ecology and biology to policy-related studies like marine spatial planning and coastal economies. Many other areas of marine research and studies are covered in this niche area. Aviation and aeronautical studies. Aviation and aeronautical studies covers specializations in areas as diverse as aeronautical engineering and aerospace safety, and South Africa's 18 airports forms a major role player for passengers and goods transitioning to and from our country. This is a niche that supports a major component of the country's economy. Automotive studies. The South African automotive industry is projected to grow from 600,000 to 1.4 million vehicles a year in production. There is major potential to be explored in UNISA's commitment to automotive studies. In 2022, students from the Department of Mechanical Engineering participated in the Sasol Solar Challenge with their solar-powered car that travels from Johannesburg to Cape Town without using a single drop of fuel. Energy studies. UNISA's Institute for Development of Energy for African Sustainability specializes in designing chemical processes, reducing material and energy consumption, as well as carbon dioxide emissions. Space studies and Square Kilometer Array. UNISA has been extensively involved in the $1 billion Square Kilometer Array project since 2012. The UNISA Observatory, situated on the main campus, is a modern, well-equipped facility housing a 14-inch telescope where the College of Science, Engineering and Technology offers undergraduate courses in astrophysics and astronomy with specialization up to PhD level. Fourth Industrial Revolution and Digitalization.
The fourth industrial revolution can be described as the advent of cyber-physical systems, involving entirely new capabilities for people and machines. Examples include genome editing and new forms of machine intelligence. The College of Graduate Studies will support and promote studies into 4IR and digitalization, while the Graduate School of Business Leadership presents a short learning program on big data. Natural sciences. The simplest definition of biotechnological studies is applied biology. Through the application of biological knowledge and techniques to develop products or services, the UNISA's College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences is one of the main partners in the African Biogenome Project, a coordinated Pan-African effort piloting a project with a key objective of sequencing 100,000 endemic species. Health and/or pharmaceutical studies. The Department of Health Studies is prepared for the challenge of equipping their students with research skills and expertise in the field of health and pharmaceutical studies. The UNESCO UNISA Africa Chair in Nanoscience and Nanotechnology is leading the international research into the nano-delivery of medicinal drugs, including African herbal medicine. The College of Law offers an elective undergraduate model on medical law. Feminist, womanist, Busadi theorizations. In the College of Human Sciences, the Institute for Gender Studies, the College of Education and the Graduate School of Business all contribute to the interdisciplinary research into eliminating gender-based violence, homophobia and transphobia, and discrimination against women in the workplace and the political arena. The Institute also uses education about gender as an effective way to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of women. Student support and co-curricular activities. UNISA is uniquely placed to offer creative and radically innovative ways of enhancing student support. UNISA's College of Graduate Studies has developed a whole range of training programs to assist and encourage students. The Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities promotes the principle of access for success, and the Student Development Division provides students with social support and leadership development services. These niche areas find expression in the rich tapestry of our disciplines included in the College of Accounting Sciences, Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Economic and Management Sciences, Education, Graduate Studies, Human Sciences, Law, Science, Engineering and Technology, the Graduate School of Business Leadership, and the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs. As Africa's leading open-distance e-learning university, we can reflect with great pride on the past 150 years of transformational education, and we are confident in our ability to succeed and become a truly high-performance university as we define tomorrow.
Let's hear it for that introduction to the UNISA Graduate School of Business Leadership. And with that said, it is an honor to now welcome to the stage with welcoming remarks our hosts, and today standing in for the Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Lenkabula. We welcome Dr. Christopher Chibase, who is UNISA's Vice Principal for Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement and Student Support. Please, a round of applause as we welcome Professor Chibase for the welcoming address. So much, Prof. All yours. Thank you.
Dumelang, good morning, Sanbonani. Good morning, Dumelang, Sanbonani. We can do better, colleagues. Madam Program Director, Azania, thank you so much for inviting us to be addressing you on this very, very important day and time On behalf of our principal and vice chancellor, Professor Ulen Linkabula, I bring you her warm greetings and just indicate that she had wished she could be here, but the past week has been very, very hectic. From last week, she had led a delegation to the parliament whereby she started with the NEPAD business breakfast, Cape Town, on the 21st of May. And then on the 22nd of May, UNISA was in Parliament delivering a colloquium on 30 years of our Constitution in South Africa. The colloquium was addressed by Prof. Dulom, who, of course, pointed really to the real matters of our Constitution in these past 30 years. It was indeed a great opportunity for UNISA as a public institution to be engaged in Parliament with parliamentarians and all other members of that entity. Then on the 23rd, the VC led a delegation in collaboration with Thabo Mbeki Foundation and Thabo Mbeki School of Business and to deliver the African Day lecture, the 16th African Day lecture in Cape Town. That happened on 23rd. And it was addressed by Professor Kayode Fayemi, one of the former premiers of one state here. Then on Monday, living to the realities of our institution, UNISA, the President Thabo Mbeki was in dialogue with high school students in Milnerton, including our VC. She only arrived back yesterday late in the afternoon because she also had participated post-lecture student engagement. Let me start by indicating that as UNISA, as a public institution, we are very, very to be in one, and as such, welcome Deputy Ministers, PM, Director General, CEO of State, leaders from business unit South Africa, and Black SMME champions, civil society, colleagues from the Auditor General, fellow Vice Chancellor, and we welcome you, including colleagues that have joined the online. On behalf of the University of South Africa, we always call it University of the Land. And some of our public calls us University of UNISA. We are really, really proud to be this university that has been at the center stage development in our country. Take it as a home of leaders, and many of us will be aware that the past presidents of this country, all of them have gone through, from the founding father of our democracy, President Nelson Mandela, President Thabo Mbeki, President Cyril Ramaphosa. All of them qualification. So we are a great institution. And I'm inviting you to say also make sure that you also get a qualification from UNISA. SBL, I've got a basket full of qualifications. Please, we welcome you. I need to emphasize that meeting a significant year, 2026, as South Africa marks 30 years since the adoption of our Constitution. 1990. For some of us, the Constitution is more than a law. It becomes a covenant which promises dignity, equality, and it promised access to housing, healthcare, water, education, social. It promised a public administration that is economic and accountable to people. And the section 217 of the Constitution gave us the standard of public procurement, which simple say any public procurement must be carried out in a fair and equitable and transparent. Furthermore, must be competitive and must be cost. If we pause, ask for 30 years, that section of the Constitution, we've seen the legal test many years. And today, colleagues gather in here to say, maybe as a human test, has the procurement delivered on the promise of? I think that is the question that must be in our mind as we get engaged in the discussion. There may be further questions. If we ask ourselves, when a child in 66 waits 8 months for a text, the Constitution is waiting. Not when a clinic in Taung has no glove, Section 27 on healthcare is waiting. When a small contractor in Tembisa is paid after 120 days, Section 22 on the rise to choose a trade is waiting. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, let me indicate the Constitution gives us, but procurement must give us. And why does it, from the law to line? We are gathered. Let me also commend government and that have looked, say, we need to do the public procurement form and draft the public procurement of chatting med program that you indicate that is sort of a dry run towards finalizing it. Because we know that public finance management there still with us. But when we look at what our ambition, that what we are embarking on should really be able to have a multi-trillion system for the next. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not doing it for our own. We are not for our own sake. And as UNISA, we are very proud to say we are a public institution that should deliver on the public. That is non-negotiable. Law is not life. We know regulation, not road. We know that a clause will not pay a nurse in a rural clinic in Lusiki. We know people, we know systems, we know leadership. And as I'm looking across the room, I'm only seeing leaders in it who must really, really believe in the space that. So, colleagues, I want to wish you that in the next, we know all these methods, but we need to move from compliance to capability. We need to ask ourselves critical question that every rule, every proposal, from, from what is it that does deliver services to citizens? This morning I was listening to another radio station, it's a community that is saying now they want to form a forum called Service Delivery Forum. And their main purpose is to protest against service. And then one caller has to say, oh, but do you intend making it a political party? And the person behind them asked to say why. He said, no, maybe we will join. And we need also to really, really ask to say, how do we develop South African entities? I'm not an economist, but I know that they say most of the world's strong economy has been built on it, because that is what power. We also need to think that as citizens, how do you earn public? You will only earn public funds if on what? Thus, our request is simple. The Constitution needs your soul, not your. We commend additional that in terms of the acquisition of, we must know that we may call it a, but to our honorable citizens, they call it, and if they don't see it, something is. As we translate from procurement, terms of section 217 of the Constitution, we need also to say this section in a water tap in Guyana must run, a classroom in Venda must have a desk, and a house in rural Hamasubelele must have 3. We are great that national treasure. Please come, let's talk how to secure and account for 1 point as we move all of us, as we believe all of us. Let me highlight that procurement will not help us just constitutional reform in practice, which will again protect our rights, build rights, which will govern our budget, govern contract, and time when you do media, when you some of this commission, the question comes to say, what was there in front of them? Was there procurement system and procedures? When some of God, let me also let us engage as practitioners of, because PFMA connects to, if we do anything that's out, we must thus inviting all of us to say, let us have that physical. And I know I always that physical conscious talk. However, maybe because of we know, the Constitution demands from us need Section 190 says economic hub, one cannot offer. In terms of the procurement, we are always have fairness for those when we are in this position. Have to from friends and knowing that if I buy from my friends' family, it means I may come in and say, oh, hey, by the way, Shotaka sale, say, can't you assist? And because I've bought from you, you seem to be having an obligation to say, oh yeah, hey, by the way, help me and bought honorable lady. We hope that our engagement to what we need to be aware that we've got regulatory in terms of treasury 2026 should really be our example, more especially those of us who are the entities that use public state. It is disheartening to see some of us really taking all those public funds that are meant for people that not, and then we for. I don't want to get to serious debates, but broad-based black economic empowerment, I think it's a debate in our space program director. However, we know that the section 9 of that talks about policy, and then section 217 talks about. I always find time people get confused. We need to be aware of, and we cannot claim this country will never claim constitutional success if 80% of our are locked out. And unfortunately, some of agencies, some of parties really want to use that to also gain stage and the stake. I think for all of us who are in this room, we really don't want to and classify our you as an institution, as a public institution, we are always saying transformation must be here. It must build firms. It must build firms and not France. Cannot have celebrate France as if they are genuine firms that UNISA is very, very we know where we stand. We know in terms of our design specific for but and that's why you have seen in the video in terms of whatever we programs that we are definitely we are road bridge that more many we should we are and we must find our excel. I think some of you have seen that purchase an airport because we believe as a public we should be upfront with some of these things. We got 10 catalytic areas where we catapulate our curriculum, our PQM into this. Being mindful that we are always advised that come the next 20, 30 years, Africa will have the youngest generation. And as UNISA, we are prepared. We must also understand that as university, for us who are constitutional and hence even on public good, on the public over 152 years now, we've opened doors with and we know that many of our political leaders will not have access to education if not this. And that put them and catapulted them on. So, ladies and those who are business, UNISA is open for business. And we invite, welcome you, whether you are a mine worker, whether you are a nurse, educator, or public service. The SBL is open for business. And we need to indicate that our graduate school of business leadership has got a global accreditation. So we are not in the wrong place or the wrong platform. Please do come. This year we've got 350,000 students and we are servicing them. Next week we'll start with our graduation ceremony and we will possibly graduate around 55 across 8 colleges. And we know that we are also very great alumni. That is why in many of your boards, many of your companies' boards and directors, you will always are proud of that we are delivered on where us. Thus, trust us. And you must know that whether you want logistics, whether you want digital platform, quality control, centralized assessment, payment system, we can indicate and share with how we plan, contract, deliver, and pay. I think for the past 6 years, UNISA has been receiving clean audit. So we can. Now, we are not just saying it. We are saying it because we can do it and we can manage. And I'm not saying how many billions we have, but you can trust that we can manage this, you know, through the leadership and the vision of our principal and see Professor Ulen Linkabula. We can. We are very, very proud of it. So, in conclusion, let me indicate that this colloquium, thanks, Professor, appreciate that we are not just going to live here as commentators. No, you cannot say I was that colloquium and I commented. We are going to live here as the implement of whatever we have discussed, and we will also see through. I can assure you that we've got good relationship, and we're going to insist to say, you have invited us to this colloquium, and the feedback, please, can implement so that we can manage this region. On that note, let me wish you, let all of us, a very, very productive, effective colloquium. And of course, I think we can also indicate, say, if you are still struggling, next year, the SBL, School of Leadership, will be launching a postgraduate diploma, strategic public procurement. Please, I've seen people, IDCs here, ESCOM is here, please, we really, really want to launch that program for state and because we feel that for us, we come not with any other except our interest of saying, deliver on the public. And if these states do perform, we will also be very. We believe in these funds and these pillars that always pre. And you can see it throughout our whole system, throughout our whole ecosystem at UNISA. We believe in transparency for trust, and that is also in our constitution. We believe in the efficiencies for value. When we register you, when we get you into our system, we will ensure that we receive the value that we believe in accountability for performance. We believe for thus these 4 pillars will really step. And as we move and focus on 30 years beyond the state, we need, we are saying, procurement should determine the country that I'm not going to talk about agenda, the 3 African agenda. And I hope that many of us are aware of what that agenda says. Let us get full discussion. So this will say one, look back, say this colloquium, then us that first. On that note, welcome you, home of the University of Troy and the university that is delivered on the public. Thank you.
So much, Prof. Thank you. Hey, litimana ka matsoho, man. Come on, let's hear it for Professor Chibase. I held on to so many things that you shared with us. I think your words about the human test are going to be critical for today in the discussions that we're having, that we need to bring it back to, does it pass that human test? Does the ideas, the submissions, things that are being debated, they pass the test? Will it allow the procurement policy to pass that test? And just so many gems. And we market. I think it's worked. It's worked on me. I love that inside joke about this being the university of the land. And then all those accolades and the legacy, the proud legacy and academic excellence that you touched on. I think it then makes it even more deserved. But what equally I think is key about what the professor shared is that transformation must be real, not performative, not ceremonial. So let us allow those things to guide us. Thank you for infusing a lot of heart and a lot of soulfulness as we kick off today's discussions. And we continue with hearing from our hosts this morning. And we are now going to look at making space for this colloquium to consider what is changing and also how those changes will affect things like governance for business, service delivery, and for the constant promise of fairness, transparency, quality, and competitiveness while securing value for money. And to guide us through this discussion, I'd like to now welcome Professor Walter Matt. He is the Executive Dean and CEO of the UNISA School of Graduate School of Business Leadership. And he's going to set the scene for us for the day by reflecting on the opportunities that we have before us. I think we need to be reminded of the fact that we are not so many in this room, but we have this enormous privilege and responsibility. There's a great opportunity, there's a great responsibility as we gather to discuss this. So Professor Matt will also look at the risks that we must confront and hope to fight honestly. And also the road 15th of this is the deadline for feedback to Treasury. So please let's welcome Professor Walter Matt, Executive and CEO of the UNISA Graduate School of Business Leadership. Thank you. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. Program Director, Vice Principal, Professor, Academic and Program Director, Commissioner, Delegate, ESCOM, Govela, Nation, Sepo, Ramut, Admission that met, policy analyst that met, site that part one, discussion living, all protocol of recent also maybe note present forum, other civil society, but not come Palagas Center and Hemiac case topic that accused procurement loves contractor with payment, graduate, no order, constitution, no what have mastered compliance, have not yet mastered. May we ask What is the point in audit? Child check. What is the point perfect tender process? Water does not flow. We are not here to spend currency. We are here to. This is UNISA graduate, 60 years leaders, boardrooms, but very leaders for the most important of last mile budget. Let me set the tone. The procurement bill more critical because it's every important between the black middle class, black business, and the country at large are affected by the how this issue is addressed for the next 5 to 10 years create a barometer how public spending the country managed. Public expenditure in South Africa is estimated 7 billion covered quality state entities, government and provincial government. These funds are used to provide service to our public. Therefore, very important that engage critically these matters, submit sound from credible institutions. This is to ensure that issues properly ventilated, discussed. Forums such they will bring engagement matter. For instance, a framework governed by one principle, government threshold or quantum value. Some instances, government evaluated were 8 price 28, while other cases 9 to 10 invited Commissioner Matuna discuss how to improve B4 system for government procurement and whether there may be need that weight altogether. Instead, the framework moved toward enterprise, state empowerment, and more. That's what. That's, these are some of the issues we're discussing as basic. Like to contribute, like to contribute to group support. Also need to interrogate education system. Correct that securing service below a threshold like less than 1 million process still driven mainly by patient pricing. This system the long this some of that require discussion. Some of the sides must also discuss patient transfer more projects. For instance, there are concerns regarding foreign businesses in South Africa, how participation is classified in procurement. These are some of the matters and further panel discussion. Now let us talk about what is working, what find. First, in central supply data for 1 million suppliers. That next step get segment, how to segment them by capability, not just by compliance. Grade 1 builder, a grade 9 builder, not this. E-tender work. Next step, how do we work around that? What data contract performance? Close the loop from advert delivery. If a firm or a company well, next department know. If it doesn't perform well, other departments. Framework agreements work, for instance, get R7 vehicle, then why are we not get more well, broadband, solar road maintenance, not just now. Church government give us a tendency that protect ethical officials, best control, competent, confident public servant who is not afraid to sign. If your people are afraid to sign, stop. System stop, service stop, but stop. Business, bid, deliver, pay for contractors. Most patriotic thing forward. Build SMM that are capable and provide them with capacity for supply. Get a project one. Take along, take 10, 10 or 7 SMM, sure that you pay them on time, make sure that they're sustainable. On for SMM, let's use this platform to tell the truth. Where does it break? Where is the spec? Payment? Still, are we still get the feedback that require? Cannot pick what academia, colleagues. Our job is not just to criticize media, criticize without understanding, without empathizing this. Therefore, our job is to criticize sideline to illuminate. UNISA will stay in the arena later, bring graduates, and colleagues, public procurement tech, because leadership gives us new results, and results only very that matter. Let us give Galaga Center today a compact from a compliance ability, from tender to trust, from talk. As the institution and as the largest country, we're excited to be part of going national Colloquium. We are proud forefront together platforms. No other university country have the kind of long-standing presence and capacity in discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is responsible for 30% students were registered. Remain committed to ensure that our students get the support to succeed in academia, and to become ready for the world of work. This is not just normal that serves society, but civil society, business, but those are open for partnership. When this proposal came, us recognize the importance holders business school relevance of the broader business environment was important. Some of you're all aware the Vice Chancellor and Kapula always emphasize very functional, ethical, legally compliant that treated. As a result, past 5 years also seen our strategic partners like board, IT, ESCOM, National Empowerment Fund, and also the Progressive Forum.
so much. That's Professor Matthew. They come across as a rebel rouser in our midst. But isn't that the tone that we need so that we can address and proceed throughout the day with bare naked on whether you're representing government, representing academia, business, name. Thank you for that provocation. I think it made us sit in our chairs. Thank you. That's it. Deserves a round of applause. It definitely made us sit in our chairs and reminded of what we had paid on about what we're sitting with and where we'd like to travel. Thank you very much, Professor. Very powerful and very useful conversation starter. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into our first panel discussion of the day, and it's entitled Fiscal Governance and Reform. We're going to dive right in. As promised, we brought experts, subject matter experts, moderators, work field, really knowledgeable people to guide us through discussions. And I also mind of the responsibility that we all have here gathered, and that is to contribute and to have our voices heard, because ultimately this will be put together as part of this feedback treasury. So we have a role there. And so this discussion comes at a time, of course, with South Africa the various and one of the questions around fiscal sustainability, value, money, and of course procurement integrity. These are not abstract questions. They're at the very heart of governance and development. They ask whether we can build a procurement system that is constantly grounded, that is economically transformative and ethically sound. So that's what this next session invites us. And there is something to strike balance. How we safeguard public purse on the one hand, while also advancing issues that matter, things like accountability, industrialization, and so it is a great pleasure to welcome today Ms. Aluwani Chokwe. She will be guiding us on moderate the session that is coming up. But embedded in this session is a keynote speaker, and she'll also then invite her panel. Please let's welcome Ms. Aluwani Chokwe, our moderator. Two.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was at a funeral over the weekend, and one leader said, I would like to ride the SW. So I'd also like to do that. So the World Bank has named South Africa the most economically unequal society. And this is evidenced by a number of factors, including the coefficient on inequality. And we are here today, of course, 30 years into our democracy with one thing in mind. All of us here seated in the room are entrusted with the social emancipation program to its logical. And the conversation that we had today, of course, is going to determine whether we are going to see black people in command parts of the economy or if the state. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of our session is titled Fiscal Governance and Procurement Reform. Of course, it is anchored by a number of areas, the building of a capable developmental state. To lead the conversation, we are going to welcome Mr. Tito Matuna, the Deputy Commissioner, former lead of the Public Enterprises at the DIC, also advisor to Mr. Patel. He and his collective are entrusted overseeing the implementation of the Act and to ensure that greater transformation in society. Ladies and gentlemen, please around.
Program directors, thank you very much for the invitation. We acknowledge your team present in what probably the most important conversation, most that is taking because configure architect of what work in terms of transit, all of transit, hope, pay. Thank you very much for and for Mr. Live that so various business knowledge that some leaders of organized business Gregory raised present EMF, business leadership, and of course, those ladies, good morning. So the B Commission, a major part of conversation, specifically on the aspect of potential. Therefore, an so I was comments comments bottom also blend and it's about very important. You know, as I say, the devil is the package but where things don't happen. Public procurement is the foundational economic, and it is the compelling and client with companies, business as a but we know that because they want access envelope of government plan. So it pivot element of our transport has worked right. But so desperate. So there's a lot at stake. I'm glad that what this show out but meaningful format. Otherwise, we'll miss. I'm afraid because let us care about this. At a time when there are forces out want to close, want to create even more, want to create not at so what is at stake? The percent of the well of size of government. Think of 7 trillion economy. That's government. Of course, I've had just accept to 5 within that range. Government budget, of course, is government and but nation about transformation policy is about. So, given its scale, therefore, procurement is a powerful lever for industrialization. It is capable of expanding market access for black enterprises. It is capable of addressing structural barriers of access to finance. Because when you have access to market, you're going to get access to finance, all right? It is capable of supporting the development of small, medium, and enterprises, small, medium enterprises. Now the acronym now is MSME, from the Department of Small Business, because this is the constituency, the economic constituency that is going to deliver growth in our economy, that is going to help us address the unemployment problem. Big established businesses are not, they're not going to be growing jobs. The jobs are going to come from the army of small, medium enterprises, represented by some of you in the room. But most importantly, public procurement is capable of shaping markets and the structure of our economy. Now, of course, reference has been made to the legislative framework, Section 217 of the Constitution, which speaks about principles of fairness, equity, transparency, competitiveness, and cost effectiveness. Very important principles. But equally, on the other side of the equation, the importance of preferential procurement, which the Constitution has designated as a lever for access of black people. So the Constitution actually directs that procurement, when it's done, it must also advance people who were previously disadvantaged. So that's an important part of the framework. But on the other side is the legislation, the policy of broad-based black economic empowerment, which is a national framework for economic inclusion, which empowers the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition to issue binding codes of good practice. You know, for example, the latest code in the market is the legal code, which is being contested in the courts. So in some ways, the minister and the law has already instructed what we must do to advance triple BEE, but also what to do, how to use the procurement element of it. So the procurement element of the legislation is meant to support transformation by directing state expenditure towards BEE, targeting black-owned, black women-owned, black youth, black rural and township enterprises. If you don't know, for example, the codes direct that 0.2% of the budget must be spent on enterprise and supplier development. In terms of this, the scorecard, the PE scorecard that applies to public entities. So now I want to come to what we think of the procurement regulations. The good things about them, to start off there, is that they establish a strategic procurement framework, all right? And I think that that framework it sets the table around which we can all sit and have a conversation. So we have a room, we have a table, we welcome that, about how we use this instrument, all right? It includes localization measures, and it addresses the issue of integrity and governance, very important. We cannot allow this tool to be weakened by issues of integrity. We have to mind that business, all right? But there must also be balance around what the transformative capacity, the transformative potential of the instrument as directed by the Constitution. But what we have found as the PE Commission is that there is a sense in which the regulations weaken the operationalization of transformation, because it introduces different procurement eligibility criteria, set aside subcontracting requirements, which are not quite aligned with the BBBE Act and the Codes of Good Practice. Because we must streamline things and we must simplify. We can't create unnecessary complexity in how the instrument is going to be used. In fact, to accentuate the point perhaps more strongly, is that it's creating an alternative or parallel transformation framework, because it doesn't recognize the legal status and application of the PE scorecard and verification methodologies, which are already established. They're already embedded. They're already institutionalized. All right? PE is already institutionalized. Forget about the quarrel about it. But it is institutionalized. You know, companies avail themselves to be measured, all right, on the basis of the scorecard. So let's allow that to be the foundation on which we build, on which the tool should help to unlock the objectives. It prioritizes ownership, perhaps even overemphasizes the ownership element. The PE scorecard has got 5 elements, all of which are important. And I'll come back to this because it also speaks about skills development, enterprise and supplier development, socio-economic development, management, the promotion of black people in management excellence of businesses. Right? And then, of course, it creates procurement disqualifications, which are not contemplated by BEE. So this creates a risk of fragmentation, we believe, between procurement law on one hand and BBBE as empowerment law. And this could actually create legal uncertainty, detract from policy coherence, and detract from consistent implementation across government. So we must make, we can't allow for ambiguity, which allows procuring authorities, procuring officials to second guess what the system requires, as it were. They also include procurement mechanisms and transformation criteria that introduce rigid procurement exclusions, all right, which undermine the uniform implementation of BEE, all right. So another area of misalignment is in fact with regard to section 217 that says procurement must be used to advance persons previously disadvantaged. It disturbs the balance between the two legislations, as it were. So let there be no debate about the fact that the Constitution allows transformation measures. It allows for equity considerations to be taken into account. So any doubt in that regard created by the regulations is likely to attract litigation. And of course, you know, the highest court in the land, the Constitutional Court, has already pronounced and ruled on procurement. In that case, with AfriForum, when they challenged the triple PFA, the preferential procurement, it said that preferences are constitutional. So this overemphasis on ownership criteria diverges from the BE Act. And I've already indicated the scorecard has got much more. There's a much more wider framework for transformation. And we are concerned that in the long term, it's going to weaken transformation because it's going to upset the incentives for meaningful empowerment. There are no shortcuts. There can't be shortcuts about transformation. Transformation involves heavy lifting. We must be willing to do the heavy lifting and not be superficial. And of course, there are other risks around this overemphasis on ownership. Let me deal with what the BEE legislation actually expects of government departments, public entities, when they procure. And again, it shows you the broadness of the concept of empowerment in the legislation. It says that when an organ of state either procures or issues licenses, concessions, or any authorizations, when it develops a procurement policy, it must take into account the codes of good practice, and those codes set targets about what needs to be achieved. So without explicit alignment of procurement law and BEE, organs of state may apply inconsistent methodologies. There could be procurement disputes or legal challenges, as I've already spoken about. And of course, this creation of a parallel transformation framework is going to create lots of uncertainties. And of course, with ownership, there is a risk. If you just only look at ownership, you're going to create incentives for fronting, right? Because we know fronting is a problem right now. So you are going to have black people who are willing to be fronted, to be presented as if they are owners when they're not owners, all right? So when it comes to fronting, we are struggling to close that loophole. Because, by the way, it's a crime. It's a criminal offense to commit fronting, as defined in the PE Act. So this overemphasis is going to have these unintended implications, unintended consequences. There are going to be some superficial ownership structures, token participation. And we're going to make transformation transactional rather than strategic. I've spoken about rigid sets aside and misalignments with things like the disqualifications, as it were. Ironically, these things, if we don't manage these risks, we can see that we could actually open the door for undermining of some of the principles that the Constitution has already stipulated for procurement. It can undermine value for money principles. It can undermine competitiveness. And it can undermine an integrated, holistic transformation, measurement of transformation. So the implications, perhaps as I draw to a conclusion, is that these misalignments are going to give us a fragmented transformation, policy, implementation regime. It is going to fragment the system. It's going to create inconsistent procurement practices. It's going to lead to disputes. It's going to reduce procurement competitiveness, and it's going to create constitutional and administrative law challenges. And it can inadvertently weaken confidence in the procurement system. The opportunity may be missed to reform public procurement from a largely administrative tick box buying function. It's a buying function. We're buying and buying and buying without actually utilizing the tool to also build capacity and advance the inclusion of Black people as a constitution direct. What is at stake is public procurement as a tool for transformation and inclusive industrialization. So, way forward, I'm hoping that our submission to National Treasury is going to create an opportunity for us to discuss with all stakeholders in the room about how we can fix this tool and make it meaningful. First of all, it must duly and properly acknowledge the relevance and application of BBB legislation in its fullness, not selectively. It must recognize, use BEE recognition criteria, BEE recognition levels. Right? You know the scorecard, you got level 1 and level 2. That's already known. The system uses that. It must deal with other elements of BEE that I spoke to. So perhaps talking about coordinated government, integrated government, what stops us from having the GTI as the custodian of BBB legislation, the Commission as the authority to oversee compliance, and National Treasury together, we develop the guidelines, joint guidelines. So we sing from the same hymn, and we don't create these divisions and misalignments, so that we can have these guidelines that incorporate public sector scorecard, the application of measurable procurement targets, the obligations related to enterprise and supply development, and verification requirements. It's not even clear how verification of credentials of suppliers is going to be done. They could also, we can engage on the thread of a constitutional and regulatory challenges. Perhaps we also consider an impact review. It's called a socio-economic impact before we implement. Is it not possible to do that? Let's see, perhaps whether these risks that we are seeing are realistic risks, as it were. So, as I conclude, these regulations and the act that they seek to give effect to represents an important effort to advance economic transformation through public procurement, subject to the issues, the concerns that we have raised being addressed. And as I said, we are going to be submitting our comments. So these regulations risk creating a fragmented, ownership-centric procurement transformation regime that may undermine the integrated, broad-based economic empowerment framework that is already established by the PE Act. Our recommendations, we hope, would strengthen the regulatory alignment and reduce implementation risks and support a sustainable, legally defensible transformation framework for public procurement. A more harmonized approach is necessary to ensure that transformation and the reform of transformation advances transformation. Let me say that again. That procurement reform advances meaningful transformation while preserving constitutional principles, legal certainty, and the principles of competitive, equitable, cost-effective transformation, so procurement, as it were. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give him another warm round of applause. Let's give us stinge. Thank you very much, Mr. Madonna, or Ntate Madonna. You make a very important point on the bill also attracting litigation. And I hope UNISA and, of course, the Progressive Business Forum also convenes the legal sector so that we do have a legally defensive reform, as you've stated, Ntate Madonna. Before I call my panelists onto the stage, I just want colleagues in the room to keep 3 areas in mind as we begin with our panel discussions, so that when the Q&A session comes, at least you are also able to contribute in that regard. And number 1, it is the blacklisting of contractors, especially the ones that do not deliver. So you blacklist, but again, where is the developmental aspect of government when the non-delivery is also because there are no finances, sufficient finances to go on to the other phases, and that may also be as a result of payment delays. So that's number 1. Number 2, in the year 2022, the Gauteng provincial government passed into an act, the Township Economic Development Act, that compels that 40% of all government procurement must be in the townships. So should this be a policy or an act that we also replicate across other provinces so that at least it does not keep national government in a corner to ensure that they're the only ones that are responsible for procurement in cases whereby the procurement bill may be litigated. But number 3, it is a question that Dr. Chivase posed to the room. And the question is, has procurement delivered on the promises of the Constitution? So the first panelist that I'm going to call is Mr. Gregory Mufugeng. He's from the Black Business Council. They are a very progressive body of opinion. Before SONA, they convened the president, saying that he must account on the promises of the SONA in the previous year. We are happy to have you in the room, Mr. Gregory. Next one is Ms. Matsidiso Lengwasa. She's from the section 27 and she works as a public finance analyst with a focus of our country's budget and how it should be spent, especially in your rural parts of the country where textbooks delivery is still a problem, where health and access is still a challenge as well. The next one is Dr. Tebogo Sitibe. He's a group executive for the ICT systems at the ARC. He's also a part-time academic at the UNISA School of Business Leadership and the VETS Business School. Last but not least, we have Mr. Posani Mqibisa, who is a development economist. I know you want to clap, but please allow me to finish, and I'll call you guys to clap. Halistinchi. I take it back. The next one is Mr. Posani Mqibisa. He's a development economist with over 20 years experience in business. He's also formerly the deputy chairperson of the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. It is a provincial entity, development finance entity of the Gauteng provincial government. Ladies and gentlemen, please give my panelists a warm round of applause. Okay, thank you. You may sit there. No, I'm fine. Maybe I should be closer to Mr. Gregory so that we balance the gender. It's very important that when we speak about transformation, there's also greater representation of women. So I'm going to start with the Rose Among the Thorns, who's a public finance analyst and specialist. She has done a lot of work, advocacy work, in terms of service delivery. So Ms. Matsidiso, fiscal governance, as is part of our theme, is ultimately about how public money improves the living conditions of the people of our country. In your view, what would be a people-centered procurement system? What would it look like in the context of our country?
Morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about this, and thank you for this really insightful question. So yes, I'll be speaking from a civil society framing. Sorry, I hope my mic is not scratching. Yeah, and just thinking about the work that we have done as a sector on advancing public procurements and really just the budget and public monies that work for people in this country. Sorry if I'm scratching, I had my hair done. Is it fine? Yeah? Is that okay? Sorry, I just got my hair done, so it's a little bit stiff. So yeah, like I think what a people-centered procurement system really looks like is one that actually foregrounds the people and the constitutional promises that the state has made to its people. So it is one that makes sure that every single rand that is allocated toward, through our public monies that we all pay for, either, through our taxes or, whichever way, it actually goes back to the people and building public services that work for everyone. I think that the question that we always need to be asking is, when we're doing procurement, did this process actually better the lives of our people? Did it do not just tick boxing and saying, oh, we were compliant, we did everything that we say we were supposed to do, but did it actually improve the lives of our people? When we think about this, for example, some of the issues that I think I've come across when it comes to procurement has been around, for example, just what happens at schools, what happens at health facilities. So I think about tender disputes, and when it comes to, say, infrastructure projects or the delivery of school nutrition programs, or be it even scholar transport, for example, there are sometimes when there are those kind of disputes, what ends up happening is that they can threaten the delivery of public services that are owed to the people, because there are those kind of disputes. So what happens when there is a dispute, or when they feel that a procurement process wasn't adhered to properly? It really just delays the process, and the more that we delay, there is a human cost behind delays. I also think about, for instance, Charlotte Matleke Hospital and the fire that happened there, and how communities there and users of public healthcare services in the community in Gauteng, in our province, had alerted to a process, that there were delays, that there were issues with, realizing the program, that there was 667 million rand that was allocated to repairing the hospital, but nearly half of that has been used. So the other half has not actually gone towards advancing that. And so there is a human cost to that, because it does mean that people are then moved to other health facilities, for example, or in the case of education, it does mean that it does threaten the delivery of meals for learners. It has profound effects that I think people in this room and people at large, like in the country, know all too well. So I think that a people-centered procurement process also does need a fiscal governance that is underpinned, or understands that constitutional obligation to the people of this country, that we're not just doing a tick box, but we're actually foregrounding, did we improve the lives of the people of our country? So yeah.
Am I audible? Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. And you also make an important point by saying, when there's also delays, number one, but number two, and most importantly, did we actually improve the lives of people? But also touching on the delays, maybe the question is to you, Dr. Deboho Sitibe. We also know that our country has a system coordination that is fragmented, largely fragmented. You are in the ICT sector. What should a procurement system look like, or how should we reform these fragmented systems to avoid the human cost at the end of the day, because we are supposed to be a developmental government that serves its people. And when you have these delays and system fragmentations, she spoke about non-payment, it then of course speaks to the human cost as well at the end of the day, and doing what we seek to achieve. So what should an integrated data-driven procurement system look like, and how could it improve decision-making and oversight?
Thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you very much for my colleague in terms of highlighting those key areas. But equally important as well, I think I must acknowledge the comments from the speakers, starting with the Vice Principal. I did note a comment to say, let's have firms, not fronts. I think it was very critical for me. And then I also noted the comment from the CEO in terms of, he was asking a question. If you want to procure something for 600 or 500, which is under $1 million, do you really need to go out on tender? There are very good reasons, I think, from the legislation point of view as to why you want transparency. But at the same time, if you take 900,000, you multiply it by 20, and then it tells you a different story. And I think you can increase the number from there. I thought, let me just highlight those, because that's where technology comes into play. Very important, I must also indicate, from our perspective where we are sitting, in terms of cybersecurity, which is what we are fighting most of the time. Cyber, on one hand, you've got hackers that are always ahead. On the other hand, you have got people like us, CIOs, various organizations, trying to make sure that we stop the challenges of cyber. I think the same thing applies in terms of procurement. We are trying to put legislation in place, we are trying to put systems in place, but equally as we do so, there are others at the same time that are finding ways. How do I navigate around those systems? How do I navigate around those legislations? So from the system point of view, from the technology point of view, I think tender process, start with the budgeting process. You budget, But before you win budget, there must be some kind of a need. Is that need necessary? Because sometimes we don't go to that level. We create a need because we want to get something out of it. So it needs to start there. There must be a need that is legitimate. And then if you've got a need that's legitimate, what is the next step? The next step is to make a decision around it and to budget around it. Once you have budgeted, now you want to procure. There's a process that you follow in terms of procurement, starting with adverts in terms of advertising, adjudications, award, and payments. So those are 4 aspects that one needs to think about when you think of the procurement ecosystem. At each level, you want to make sure there's visibility. And how do you gain visibility? Visibility is important. Transparency is important from those who are responsible for that process, but also other stakeholders. The country at large want to be able to see. I mean, the commissioner was highlighting some of the key points in terms of their interest. They want to see from the process whether it's transparent enough. They want to make sure that they have that visibility in terms of all the tenders that are happening in the country. He mentioned some big figures that are very significant. So from the technology, we do have that opportunity whereby we can make sure that there is a visibility across the ecosystem in terms of the procurement, but there's also transparency in the process. Equally important, you are able to do some AI analytics tools to be able to detect if there's any fraudulent activities along the process. But equally important as well, monitoring becomes very, very key because you want to monitor. Professor was making an example, like I said, about if you want to procure under 1 million. There is a way to be able to identify if one person getting 20 different tenders that are under 1 million, you should be able to detect that. And you can only detect that if you've got a dashboard that you are able to monitor that is visible for everyone. And that technology provides to everyone. So those are just some of the key elements that are applicable, that can be done. But of course, you need willingness to be able to introduce those systems. I'll pause here, and then I'll come back again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think an interesting point that you then touch on is if one person is the only one allocated all the tenders that are below 1 million, what then do we do? I'm going to pose the question to Mr. Posani. When on the database, your preferential procurement targets speaks to, let's say, a black woman, and there's only one black woman on the system. Mr. Posani, does it then become malicious compliance that only one person is the one that's being given work under 1 million rands, or is it value for money?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, program directors and moderator, as well as the presenters and the ones that have invited us. It becomes malicious. Let me start by saying this. Triple BE is not malicious by design. It becomes malicious compliance the moment it is reduced to scorecard fronting, once-off tender, and paper empowerment that produces invoices than industries. The figures are glaring us in the face. You are talking about an SMME or a micro, small, medium enterprise. This sector is usually undermined and undervalued and underestimated. In fact, it employs over 10 million people. It employs more people than mining, manufacturing, and construction combined. So that's how important it is that I think triple BE must not just be an academic exercise, but it must be felt on the ground. So in that context, moderator, procurement is very important. But clearly, procurement now is administrative. It's an administrative function. I think CDSO also said that. Yet, it is an instrument that government controls. So that paradox, as long as it exists, will always have a problem of the design, because we do not have a problem with designing policy. We have the problem with implementation. That woman that is an entrepreneur in Soweto, that should be a beneficiary of triple BE pillar, for instance, of enterprise and supply development, as well as procurement. When she looks at the report of the triple BE Commission in terms of compliance, it will say that 61% of corporate have achieved a target of 61%. But does that translate practically? What does that mean? And yet, 40%, fewer than 40% of these corporates offer small businesses, skills development, and mentorship programs. Therefore, we are battling with the definition of compliance, and compliance without, here we're dealing with compliance without consequence. And for as long as that paradox is not practically dealt with, we'll have a problem, because we are funding the scorecard, not the supplier. And lastly, I would say, if triple BE produces invoices, I mean, if BE produces invoices, but not industries, it is malicious compliance. If it produces competitive black suppliers who grow, employ, pay taxes, and supply the economy long after the tender closes, it is indeed value for money. But right now, we are doing too much of the first and too little of the second.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Posani. Sure, it is a difficult one. So I'm going to move over to the Black Business Council as a body of opinion for Black SMMEs. And I'm going to ask you two questions, of course, taking cue from what Mr. Posani has just said, where we've had malicious compliance not resulting into tangible results or efforts in the economy that informs small players being propelled into the mainstream economy as well. The firstly, of course, is the fact that this public procurement bill seeks to transform the economic means of our society and the structure. So I want you to know, firstly, what aspect of the bill should be protected or introduced to ensure that there's greater participation and greater economic inclusion, especially of the historically disadvantaged Black South Africans. But secondly, so because we still have a number of SMMEs or MSMEs that are still struggling, what reforms should we introduce that will be aligned to the procurement bill that specifically target the development and growth of these MSMEs?
Thank you very much, moderator, and good morning to you, colleagues. As much as we stand on the established protocol, moderator, it will be very career limiting for me not to recognize the former president of the Black Business Council, Dr. Danisa Baloyi. Welcome, Doc. Thank you very much. It's good to see you. Le kana la mo opela matsobo mme le bontate. Ke former president. Ha opela matsobo. Thank you. Let's start here, moderator. This piece of legislation has been with us for 26 years. It was initially passed in the year 2000. As the Black Business Council, we have been pushing government for well over 20 years to change this piece of legislation because we are not reaping the rewards that we expected when it was initially introduced. And so we are saying to you, colleagues, this is the time for you to be active. Let us make written submissions here. Because coming together like this, talking and going back home and thinking somebody is going to do the work for us is not going to help us. Anti-transformation agents are busy, mobilizer as we speak. They are going to be making submissions. When submissions are counted, submissions from black people will be fewer than submissions from white people. I can tell you now. So this thing of us of being indifferent must come to an end as black people. Pieces of legislation that support our advancement must be supported by us. We cannot just put this at the door of parliamentarians. And just say, no, we've elected them, so they must do the rest. Legislation making and policy making in this country doesn't work like that. Raba elect the parliament. They draft the laws, we must be active in supporting those laws. Today, we are in court. The commissioner has told you. There are various court cases running up and down. When you look at the core of the issue, it is not the substance of the legislation. Anti-transformation agents are saying, no, there was no sufficient consultation. What is sufficient consultation? Must we go to each and every person in this country and ask them, what is your view on this piece of legislation? Number two, they're saying, but we are not taking what we are saying into consideration. What does that say? Does that mean that each and every submission must make its way into legislation? We're in court because of that. So it simply means that we must be active participants in the legislation-making process so that our wishes can be pronounced in the legislations that are being introduced by our government. So let's make sure that we are active citizens. Now, number one, on the issue of, to what extent do we see the regulations assisting to transform the economy? And what must be maintained or what must be enhanced in the regulations? There's a number of issues. Colleagues, as the Black Business Council, like I said, we have been working at this for more than 20 years. We have a long list. But let me highlight the following. Number one, the playing field is not leveled. We must just acknowledge that the playing field is not leveled. And so when the tender requirements come out, they must recognize that. So the tender requirements cannot assume that we are all okay. So if you look at one of the regulations, subsection, let me quote it so that we are all clear on it. Section 44, subsection 5B, section 44, subsection 5B, talks about verification of financial standing. Now you tell me, which black youth is going to have the same financial standing as a company that has been there for more than 100 years? So when we go out, we cannot then assume that everybody is at the same level. We can't. Some industries have been in the doldrums for a very long time. When you look at participants in those industries, unfortunately, they don't even have strong balance sheets. So when you say a tender requires a bank rating, who's going to have a bank rating that is favorable? As black people, the bank had repeatedly overdraft, just an overdraft. Harna tsona. So what kind of a rating are they going to give us that we can submit with our tender documents? And then the procuring institution will be happy with your financial standing. So we can't. When it comes to fairness, number one, we must all acknowledge that the playing field is not leveled. Now, again, when it comes to fairness, there is this issue for value for money. I think the commissioner raised it here. The issue of value for money, colleagues, cannot be left only to the least cost for procurement of goods and services. It cannot be. Because we know, all of us who are operating in the economy, that when we procure even ourselves, we don't get the same treatment, we don't get the same pricing benefits. If you are white and big and had been in existence for 50 years, the supplier gives you those goods and services at a discount, and you can pay them over 180 days. When now you pay now. Full price, there's no discount. So it's not a level playing field. So when you look at value for money, it cannot be that government must just procure at the least cost. And then you forget that there's a transformation element that must be factored into value for money. So we must amend the definition of value for money in the regulations. It must reflect, or a transformation must be part and parcel of it. And then it goes on, Commissioner, it work about the Sustainable Development Goals. If you listen to it. Because the DA has said, no, take the Public Procurement Act, throw it out, replace it with the SDGs completely. Now, SDGs are saying nothing about economic transformation. How many SDGs in black people will own the economy of this country? How? So we can't have the SDGs featuring in a legislation which the Constitution says introduced a legislation to make sure that black people are empowered and they play a meaningful role in this economy. But this is the piece of legislation to make sure that government can give us support to own part of this economy. This is the legislation. Now we can't have a wishy-washy legislation. On the one side, it talks nice, but when you look at the real substance, it disempowers us. So we must stand up. I don't want to take too much time. I told you, moderator, we've been working on this for 20 years. We have a long laundry list of issues that we have now discovered after reviewing this piece of legislation. We are going to make a meaningful submission. But we are clear that this framework is not enough. It's not taking us there. It is not. And all of us must apply our minds meaningfully to this piece of legislation. I've told you we've been with this legislation for 26 years. Now, the moderator spoke here to say that we held a meeting with the president. In fact, before the national elections, we said to President, sign. The Public Procurement Act, at the time, it was a bill before national elections. If you look at when the president signed it, it was just before the elections. And that's why they are taking the president now. That's why we're in court. No, but why was signed before the elections? What were you afraid of? Now, before the SONA, we said to the President, this year, the regulations must come out. Because we need to start moving. We need to replace this piece of legislation. Now, if we don't do a good job now, I can tell you, with the current political arrangements in government, it will take another 50 years. We will just not have the numbers when you look at the current configuration of the politics in government and in parliament. Let me end there for now, man.
Thank you very much, the BBC. We hope you did not bully our president. Ms. Matsidiso, Ntate Gregory makes a very compelling point to say this act has been in existence for over 26 years. This is shortly after our democratic dispensation. And of course, one of the major challenges in the procurement reform is implementation capacity. So from your perspective and the civil society perspective, how can legislation ensure that institutions are not only compliant on paper, but are also operationally capable of delivering results? This was also taken from the input that Ntate Tsidiso had made that says there is a contestation of the operational part of this procurement reform. So what can government do to ensure that the legislation is not only an issue of compliance on paper, but operational capacity is also addressed?
I think that's also a really, really good question, because that is some of the challenges that we're seeing right now. I think fellow panelists have mentioned, and I think there is consensus that we have some really good laws or policies in place in our country, but what does that mean for the lived reality and the betterment of the lives of our people and in practice? And I think that, you know, with this Procurement Act and the regulations that are coming out, it's an opportunity really, but it can be a wasted opportunity if we do not have, like my comrade from the BBC is saying, that if we don't have an active citizenry, right? One of the most important things is that when there are breakdowns in procurement, when there are issues, when it comes to that, it's always the communities who see this first. So I was referring to the hospital, the fire at Charlotte Maxeke earlier. For years, healthcare users and people who use the public services were the ones to flag it and to alarm and to say that these are the things that are happening. But we only really see, you know, potentially, if we're lucky, consequence management only happens afterwards. So it's only after the public protector publishes a report 5 years later, and it's like, okay, fine, that there's been a transgression of human rights realization because we didn't procure properly, but it's almost as though the damage has already been done. So I think that there needs to be more proactive, like intervention, so that as and when, like, we need to have feedback loops that are informed by an active citizenry as and when that happens. So we really need community oversight, because when we engage with communities, and I think the various stakeholders here also engage with different people across the countries, that we know public services. If you want to know the real state of the nation in this country, it's at the real state of the nation is the state of our public services. So unfortunately, the processes or the litigation, if there is any, or fixing things, the consequence management is really just on paper, because it happens years later after, you know, after there's been a lot of evidence that has been built, and, you know, that's all good and well, but what happens in the moment? What happens to the right to access quality healthcare services in that moment when the procurement process that was supposed to deliver medication or cancer services is delayed? So I think that really we do have the potential to build a public service that works for everyone, and procurement processes that are really, that foreground our people at their heart, but we need people to be able to participate, and we need those mechanisms of community oversight, social audits, and community participation, so that they know that this much was allocated towards getting medication in my clinic, but in my clinic there is no medication. Where's that money going? They can flag that in as and when it happens, rather than years later when we look back. Remembering with everything that is done, I think, I mean, we speak to it in transformation, and it's very important that the regulations, they do reflect the the transformation goals that our country is trying to achieve, agree with that, and also to remember that these hard-won freedoms, for example, our constitution, the instruments that we have, that we can hold the states accountable for this transformation, for a state that works for all, really does require us to be intentional in remembering what we're doing this for. Like, why are we procuring? Is it for our own enrichment? Is it for our own services? Or is it really that we're trying to better the lives of people? And if we are trying to better their lives, surely we should, they should be part of the process throughout the process. And just having that, you know, being able to say that, you know what, this bill works or this act is working in principle, but in reality, this is what's actually happening. What is going to happen when there is a, like when there is a shortcoming, or when there is, you know, financial mismanagement? You know, it's all good and well to have it on paper, but we also need people to be part of the process, so we don't also speak over people and their lived reality. So I think if we're really going to make this work, we do need an active citizenry, but we also need our legislation and our processes in our country to foreground and create opportunities for people to constantly be able to give those kind of feedback loops, so that we can actually have procurement processes that build a country that works for all.
Thank you very much. I think that deserves a round of applause. So we are almost done with our panel. This is going to be my last round of questions. Dr. Tebogo, Matshidiso speaks about consequence management and holding the state accountable. You and I had a conversation earlier on of accounting officers being held accountable, and of course, the provision also being made in the PFMA, and the problem just being the enforcement. What should we collectively in this room say should be our contribution to the issue of consequence management? What accountability mechanisms should we include as part of our proposals to the bill?
Thank you very much, moderator. Indeed, we had a conversation, and I must say as well, in terms of the discussion that we had this morning, including the comment from the representative from BBC and what the commissioner indicated. So, when I got an invite to come and be a panelist, the first thing that I tried to establish is what's new in this bill. And I was struggling to understand, because as and when I read it, it appears many of them are there already, in my view. But the difference was, the issue of the implementation was a big problem. We have got good legislation, and I think the commissioner touched on number of a few items. One of them that he mentioned that stood out for me was the litigation that might come, particularly from the bill, in terms of the gates that it's introducing. So what we want to make sure we do, we want to make sure what we have, what's working, we want to make sure that we embrace what's working today. In my view, in terms of consequence management, because what you want to avoid as well, you want to make sure that if you look at, for example, adjudication, people that sit in an adjudication process, normally they're not paid extra for that particular role. It's either you are nominated and then you go and sit in a particular role. But you want to make sure people do diligent work. If you are going to be punitive to an extent that you are taking people to jail, which is something good if something wrong happened, but you will have no one wanting to sit there because you're not paying those people. So we need to think about those things as and when we think of those challenges that we do have. And hence, it's very important that we also focus in terms of what do we have today? What are the challenges around the implementation? Because if you're going to put another legislation on top of what we have, as I've indicated earlier on, those who have got wrong intentions, they are already navigating. I made a typical example in terms of cybersecurity, particularly because as hackers, as practitioners are looking for solutions, hackers at the same time are looking for loopholes. And the same thing will apply here. I think it's important that at some point we pause, we look in terms of what's working, what's not working, and we focus on those things that are working. We make sure we embrace them, and what's not working, we try and find a solution around them. As far as consequence management is concerned, and I think it's a big problem at the moment. The issue of accounting officer being held accountable, in my view, is there already. And I think the question that arose from the engagement was to say, is it enforceable? For you to enforce it, you need to make sure that you are prosecuting the right people. Because what you will end up doing, sometimes, you end up prosecuting the wrong people, and the wrong people, and those who should be prosecuted, they are walking away in terms of these particular challenges. So it's important that we pause, we look in terms of what's working, what has not been implemented at this point in time, what are the issues, what is the issue of implementations, before we even put more energy in terms of enforcement. As the commissioner has indicated, that will bring other issues in terms of litigations that can also be a challenge. So we want to make sure that we understand the issues before we can move to the next stage and make sure that we address the issues, the root cause of the issues. And of course, improvement is always welcomed. But let's make sure that we understand, we diagnose the problem of what we have today before we even put more energy in what's to come. But of course, the new bill brings some good improvements, particularly ensuring that there are some kind of enforcement where we have got clear understanding that there is wrongdoing, there must be some consequence management. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Before I ask Mr. Posani a question in relation to the embracing what's working, we are going to open the floor to a round of hands. If we can just get roving mics, if we can get also 3 hands. I already see one hand before I even said there's going to be a round of hands, which is what we appreciate. Mr. Posani, you have led various boards across the Gauteng provincial government, and of course you are aware of the Township Economic Development Act that has been enforced and put in place, signed into an act in 2022 by Premier Makura. In your view, has the Township Economic Development Act been effective? Of course, this is to answer the question that, rather the comment by Dr. Tebogo to say, let's embrace what's been working. Do you think it has been effective?
Yeah, my honest answer will be TIDA is conceptually correct, but operationally insufficient, because legislation alone cannot rebuild a township economy that was structurally designed to be a dormitory, not an economic depository. So that would be my honest answer, to this act. Although it's a very good act, it does something to national legislation because it recognizes the township as legitimate sites of economic production. It also formalizes the township enterprise zones and so on and so forth. So it is very, very key for those that are doing businesses in the township, because the township economy is a very big economy. It's close to $1 trillion. It's a 900 billion economy. Yes, highly informal, but when it comes to job creation, it is an economy that employs a number of people, millions of people. So it is very, very important that TIDA be embraced as an instrument that seeks to correct what has been done for the longest of time. So it is important then that government should be deliberate about this township economy, because without it, we will not have what we are talking about now, the transformation, development, and sustainability, right? So this economy and this act will really assist in terms of formalizing this economy, because it's a sector, it's very, very large, right? And paying attention to it. For instance, having zones or areas that are well serviced by government, where entrepreneurs can strive, is very, very important. And also having, a deliberate legislative instrument in terms of procurement. In fact, if we do not come out, clearly with this procurement, legislation that is live now, that it has to be deliberate on the township economy, we will be doing an injustice to the township economy, and the township economy will just end, as an academic exercise than being practical.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we're ready with the roving mics. Oh, okay. I'm going to come to you I'll come to you shortly. I just want Mr. Gregory to answer the last question. And because one of the aspects of this bill is ensuring that we foster collaboration between the private sector and the public sector in terms of infrastructural investment and delivery. And of course, these were also anchored in the Gauteng Investment Conference, the second leg of the Gauteng Investment Conference. And there's always a thin line with ensuring that we have policies that attract investment, and we also have policies that ensure that there's transformation. So, Mr. Gregory, what do you think the bill should encompass so that we are also able to attract private sector investment, especially in the development of our townships? I know that when Minister Parkster was the mayor of the city of Johannesburg, one concept that he came up with was the corridors of freedom. This is now ensuring that there's infrastructural investment in your townships. This is also where the Reavaya concept was born. So what should the bill encompass so that we are at least also able to attract the private sector?
No, thank you very much, moderator. Colleagues, we are here to influence your thinking and your position. Because if you listen to media a lot, you will be convinced that no, black people are not supposed to be doing business like government. In fact, we must do away with tenders. The way corruption is contained in tenders. So we are here to sway your thinking so that you can move along with our position. So before I come to the infrastructure answer, I wanted to touch on one or two things. Starting first with transparency, moderator. Number one, our proposal as the BBC is that the regulations must be very clear that anyone who wants to do business with the state must register with the CSD, Central Supplier Database, so that we reduce the cost of doing business. We can't have government departments, municipalities, SOEs running their own databases as well, because now it is a very costly exercise if you have to register in all of these databases. So the regulations must be clear. Everybody who wants to do business with the state, CSD. CSD is linked to all manner of databases, including SARS. So that when people say during the tender process, no mufuke Kenya tax clearance, because they buy hoods, buy insakwa. We can say, check with the CSD, because everything is up to date on the CSD. That's number one. Number two, the e-tender portal. The reason why we agreed with National Treasury when they introduced e-tender portal was that we needed to digitize the whole procurement process. So that when the tender is advertised, in fact, first and foremost, aligned with DOC, we must know what the procuring institutions are going to procure. So we want all of these guys to be compelled to list on the e-tender portal their procurement plans. Everybody. There's no reason why we should not have procurement plans of all procuring institutions. Doc said, first thing is that any project that must be in there must have a budget. So you can't tell us, tender no, you don't have money to pay us. Because in your procurement plan, you've said, this is what I'm going to procure. And what is there is funded. It must be funded. If there is no money for that project, it cannot feature on your procurement plan. And so the procurement plans must be there, including the infrastructure procurement plans. They must also be there. So that we are all aware of what's going to be procured, transparent. And I must choose, or know which project am I going to tender for, because tendering, colleagues, consumes a lot of resources. How are spending monopoly money in tendering? We're paying real salaries. So I must choose which project I'm going to go for, because I will allocate my resources there. Right now, we are just Ramata, but tender today, Ramata. Harisi, what's coming next week? We are not efficient in how we are doing our businesses with procuring institutions. So the procurement plans must be there. They must be visible. The other issue that we must then address as part of digitizing is the whole issue around tender documents. I don't know, tender document, take it 10,000. For what? Why is the tender document 10,000? Tender documents must be made freely available on the e-tender portal. Tlamehile re ye kwa fare, re download it. Re tlatse di-tender document and scan them, re-upload. This is what the e-tender portal must do. We must digitize the whole thing so that we reduce the cost of doing business. When people are planning to exclude people, they start first with the price for the tender document. Then everybody is excluded. Because only a few can only afford a tender price of 20,000, 30,000. Nobody can even tell you why is a tender document priced at 30,000. They can't tell you. Government has already spent money paying professionals that have put that tender document together. It must just be uploaded mahala. Mahala. Re-download it, re-upload it, adjudication must happen. Dr. Danisa Balo is here. She will tell you about, and I'm hoping that she will cover this in her presentation, about open tender processes when it comes to adjudication. They used to do it in the Gauteng tender board. We must get back to that. Where adjudication committees are open to all of us. Because when you've lost a tender fair and square, you've lost it fair and square. You accept, you move on to the next one. But where there is lack of transparency, that's why there's a lot of suspicions. And that's why we are suing government every day, because we are suspicious of the whole adjudication process. So on transparency, that's our submission as BBC. Kopani open matsole support. BBC on that one. On economic inclusion, colleagues, we have a serious problem with some of the recommendations on the regulations. One, we must take advantage of the set-asides. The problem is the how. The problem is the how. So, the president will 40% again. Yeah, government procurement. I said, "Nagi president." So, name. Set-asides alone. Fight for your set-asides, because now the regulations are out. Number two, problem. We are now being told by these regulations, no. Set-asides will only apply to tenders below 20 million. Who said we only want to be small as black businesses? Not everybody set aside, even on those tenders that are billion plus. Yes, that's what a set-aside means. A set-aside means that if you set aside take your me, you are not welcomed. And halakala front akabon me, commission out thing, release a trunku. We are going to arrest you. Because that tender is for women. It's not for men. That's what a set-aside means. So we can't be told that set-asides will only apply to tenders 20 million and below. When are we going to grow? When are we going to own the real means of the economy if we are just playing at the level of 20 million rands and below? So that's the most important thing that we need to address. That ceiling must be removed. We must have set-asides for all the tenders, including the multi-billion rand tenders, the government. Let's get our hope out. We are not playing any role in the private sector. But who are controlling economy of private sector, they are doing business with themselves. We are not welcomed there. So government is the only play that we have. If we don't get this one right, forget it. The private sector is close to us. Last point under economic inclusion. We must foster an intersection between procurement policy and industrial policy. We are talking about creation of black industrialists here. In fact, we are giving people money through the IDCs, the PICs, and grants in the DTIC, the Black Industrialist Scheme. We are saying people must establish factories. Who are they going to supply? If we are not empowering the procuring institution to contract with those entities directly, if Rufile Cheleter establish a brick manufacturing plant, when we give a construction tender this site to build a clinic, it must come with a contract of a supplier, it's a resigned supply. You are not going to come here and tell us, no, we're not, supplier, we are funded Merve. No. Supplier, it will be a black industrialist beneficiary. Everyone supporting them because they are black. And we need to re-industrialize our economy. Again, you will have seen last week, we took Transnet on. When Transnet was saying that they were going to import rails and not industrialize that sector. We went to court alongside Guma Group. Before Real Koto, government has already said, okay, cancel a tender so that we can reindustrialize here. So anybody who thinks that going forward, they are going to export our jobs, must just know they must be ready for a fight. We can't allow that to happen in our country. So as the BBC, we are very clear. In fact, Doc, we have just finalized the litigation unit. Solidarity now. We're coming. AfriForum. And tender earning, there will be no BE Ramalata. And tender, no things will be imported regarding manufacture Ramolata. So we start a government, a government bill. This money is ours, it must circulate here. We must use procurement spend to reindustrialize. Now, Eric is just general comments, because I won't go into the infrastructure one. We don't have time. As we close, we propose that to you, lay support the loan. The government is not paying us. Budget is the number one step. So government must give us payment guarantees. Yes, payment guarantees. Payment guarantees. How much tender or some payment guarantee? So that when you don't perform contractually, meaning that you are not paying me within 30 days, I must call on your guarantee. And government can't say they don't have the money. I can a budget it. So the instruments can be made available. Payment guarantees. Risk and rasokol. Rasokol about Tomudi. Come about Patali, Ukolta di Sarsi, Tabelo by Kotor about Patali. We can't. We simply cannot. So let's use this legislation to foster that. Okay, last one. Last one. Last one, re government e repatale. Have a cancel the tender. Basa refi a valid reason. Because you see, it's an expensive exercise to submit tenders. I don't know which sector you are in, but I am from the infrastructure sector. Some of the tenders, you pay no less than 10 million rands to respond to a tender. You must pay professionals, do designs, pay lawyers, do this, do that. Now we can't then have a person on the other side willy-nilly canceling that tender. Now we've lost the money. We are saying the regulations must state conditions and circumstances under which tenders must be cancelled. Anything beyond that, harapatalo matomadi. Regarding expenditure, respond to tenders, only for people to cancel those tenders, and our investment goes down the drain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gregory of the Black Business Council. Colleagues, we are now going to take a round of hands. We'll take 4 hands. I had seen the gentleman there in black who's already standing, the group CEO of the Progressive Business Forum. And I see a gentleman, there are too many gentlemen. There's a lady in white hair or gray hair. Apologies, colleagues, I don't have my glasses. I lost them during Fees Must Fall, and I never replaced them because I can't be a leader who wears glasses. Let's see at the back, maybe that side, there's a gentleman that's also standing. Is that a gentleman? In blue, yes.
Yes.
No, you're not the first one. The first one is this one. You are the last one.
Good day, everyone. My name is Oscar. My surname is Mola. My company is Letota Trade Enterprise and Sufficient Grace Trading. Previous week I was in Namibia attending Namibia European Business Forum, where they speak about this inclusive that Africa we need, and Africa I'd like to the question on that the on blacklisting that was mentioned by the commissioner must be transparent. Like previously, there was a company, black company that was blacklisted when done job in the hospital in Joburg, and then the white business company done a breach in a highway. It failed and someone died. They never blacklisted that company. when it comes to blacklisting, let's be transparent. Because also when it comes to law enforcement, need to be so much exercise, see what happened on the ground. Like at this moment, there's those who are flouting the policies because they've got a deep pocket. Those who are not having the deep pocket are not flouting the policies. They do everything they cost night. But they reject that because we don't have a deep pocket that we can give someone in a procurement. Because our procurement, when it comes to transparent, is not transparent. That policy, we need to see more enforcement happening. It's not to close it because somebody that don't have a pocket, not to be closed those who don't have a pocket, because you need to be transparent, integrity, loyal to one another.
Thank you very much, Oscar. The next one is Ms. Onika Kwakwa. Here in front, if we can have the roving mic, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. I just want to first comment on the commissioner's input. Commissioner, when you're presenting, you could swear that Treasury and DTIC are living in different continents, not even countries. And I'll tell you why. I think that if we're not going to improve coordination and coherence at your level, wherein DTIC is lamenting the fact that the proposed policy is going to pose some challenges when we have platforms, I think, of government where your departments and your entities, all of them are supposed to serve probably at the economic cluster and other structures in government by the time we arrive at this platform. I think we're sitting with a problem. And it's a problem that should be resolved by yourselves, where you need to sit together with your colleagues, whether it is Treasury, DTIC. I don't know if we've got Competition Commission here as well, because it should also play a very important part. Because even if we can recommend, and this is passed as a legislation, we'll still have government that is not coordinated and working in silos, and will not achieve what we're supposed to achieve. So I think my first comment really is to, as citizens of this country, we are asking for a government that is coherent and not working in silos. And Tata Mofokeng, I want to agree with you that if we're going to have a policy that is not linked to an industrial strategy, I think we're still going to sit here and lament about inclusion. I had an opportunity of working in the Department of Basic Education, the Minister Motsecha then. And as an entrepreneur who was also working in that office, I often ask myself, the 9 billion of soy that is spent by government annually, who is producing it? Government spends 300 billion on social grants every year. And data is showing that the money is, whether it is Yabakhekulu or Yabana, people with disabilities, spend on money and transport. Sorry, spend on food and transport. So I always wonder, the 300 billion, if so I don't know if that data is somewhere we can access it. The last point about linking this policy with the industrial strategy. Some years back, I went to the Chivas Ndate Mofokeng estate, tea estate, that was in the brink of being closed. One of the biggest tea estates in our country. And they were saying that the They don't have off-takes. That is why it's been closed. And the first question, and I wondered that tea is the biggest that we drink, because that's what people can afford after water. And then I asked myself, the biggest procurer of tea is government, probably, I suspect, because people drink teas in jail, in hospitals, school kids drink tea. So my suspicion would be that government should be procuring tea to service the people in those public institutions. So where is government buying tea? Because government should be spending the 1.3 trillion on the SMMEs or on black industrialists. So I want to support your point that as we are making sure that the 1.5 trillion ends in the pockets of black people, but it must end in the pockets of black people in the real sense. Because if President says there is a 1.3 trillion, we're speaking trillions, of infrastructure in the next 3 to 5 years, I think that I'm moving. Where are we buying the cement? So that is the point I wanted to raise. The second point, Doctor, which I think that maybe can help. I don't know whether through AI, as we advance, we're able to and even now, as we are grappling with this policy, because then we will still need to deal with the manipulation of bids, maybe the issue of transparency, fronting, price, inflation, and so forth. So I don't know how AI can help us as a tool. The last point that was raised by, I think it was also yourself, Doctor, the need. Like, why do you procure what we procure? And it is also linked to your point at of citizens that are active. Because the people who matter are not here. And these are the people who are queuing every day at tender boxes, throwing tenders. I even suspect if they will have an opportunity to make submissions, and they are mostly affected by this. So I don't know whether it poses a challenge to us in the Temufukeng as business-led organizations that we need to go to the villages and engage with the small businesses who will not have the opportunity to be in this kind of platform. So my parting shots is that, and supporting your point that we need to stop being indifferent, and all of us, let us flood Treasury with our submissions and our inputs. And my biggest point is the point on transparency and ensuring that as we have these set-asides, the 1.3 trillion must end in the pocket of a black young woman who would have gotten an order, but 5 years later, they are still as poor as the time they received an order, because they are not producing anything. There are no factories owned by black people. We still have to get orders and go to buy at Van der Merwe. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you very much. The next one is the lady with the gray hair. This side.
Thank you very much. My name is Faith. For over 25 years, I have been engaged with women's empowerment in the township specifically. Now, I just have these few questions, and I'll be very quick. I won't elaborate. The first one, I'm not sure whether this will be directed to the BBBE or BBC. How do we enhance and nurture the black talent, young black talent and skill that is actually in the corporate world, that is giving solutions and products to the big companies that are out there? In other words, I'm asking, is there possibility of doing something like a Silicon Valley kind of thing with the young people that are very smart, very intelligent, that have solutions, but are not able to be accommodated in our procurement solution so that they can get to that point. At the moment, they're in big corporates. I mean, our actuarial scientists, these young people, have given some of the big medical aid solutions that they are using today. So I'm just asking, how do we enhance that kind of talent and skill? Secondly, very quickly, our black entities, in my experience, so for over 25 years, black, especially with black female entities, they are unable to price their services. So is there any way or any avenue that you can help them, especially in the township economy, as it has been said? The third, last one, what is the role of SABS in helping the black manufacturers or black companies to have quality assurance? Is there a way that we can foster that? Because that is part of the issues that I have encountered in my last 25 years. Thank you.
Very much. The gentleman.
Good day. Oh, thanks. I'm audible now. My name is Michael Majola. I'm from the private sector. And I think I need to agree with Ntate Mfokeng that we also need to embrace AI. And my part of the question is also going to be directed to the academics. So I think universities will need to partner with government to develop a local AI procurement solution rather than outsourcing to these international companies. In that way, the 30 days that he's referring to, getting payment on time, obviously, it will obviously make sure that the small companies, from a cash flow perspective, they are better off. Because to do tenders, you need to have money. And most of our small SMEs don't have that capacity. So I believe that let's integrate AI with all the government institutions, and also not forgetting that we shouldn't forget about the rural municipalities and rural small businesses in that perspective. So I think, yeah, that's it from my end.
Thank you very much. The last one is a gentleman there on the right-hand side.
Thank you. Thank you. I see that Mfugeng, you had said you had to recognize Dr. Baloyi so that you don't limit your career. I think I should do the same as a former council member of the Black Business Council and observe the presence of Dr. Baloyi. But anyway, my name is Nkosana Tobela. I'm from an organization called the BPI Foundation. I'll be very quick because I see that time is pressing us. The first question is directed to yourself, Ntate Mofokeng, my former colleague. One, you said procurement set aside Reditotsi, if I understood you correctly. Could you please clear us what you mean by Reditotsi? Are they actual policy, or has government said yes? President Zuma did say yes. President Mbeki almost said yes. President Ramaphosa said yes. But a few years ago, the late former minister of, what's his name again? The former SARS commissioner and former public enterprise minister, Pravin Gordhan, We've had these engagements for many years. When I was leader at NAFCOC, many years ago, when I was in the Council of the Black Business Council, and we've celebrated that procurement set-asides are now a reality. We're talking 50 years, we're talking almost 20 years. Now, when you say read it towards you, what does that mean? Because President Zuma said read Kilefatso na read it towards. That is the first thing. The second question, quickly, you said you've been on this journey for 20 years. What has been the biggest challenge? And I'll tell you why I'm asking. My late father once said, when you reverse in the morning, do you count the number of ants you step on? Sounds like a stupid question. You reverse your car. Do you count the number of ants you step on in your garage, in your yard, or as you walk? Now, so I'm thinking this old man, young Betel, Uti. He then says, the reason why your pain is not felt in this economy is because you are ants. You do not matter. The reason why you do not count the number of ants is because they do not matter. And hence we'll celebrate the set-asides and they will not happen because we are ants. So please assist me with that, Ntate Mofokeng. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm going to give you each at least 30 seconds to reflect on the inputs that have been said. Dr. Mofokeng, it's not a time for your keynote address, please. So we'll start with the lady, and then come to Dr. Deboho, Mr. Posani, and end with Mr. Gregory.
So I guess there were no questions directed to me, so I can donate some of my seconds to my colleagues. But just to say that I think that a lot of the discussion here has been very insightful and interesting, and just shows what we can do as a country and the kind of conversations we can have when we're not in our silos or in our little corners, but we're coming together around this democratic nation building project. And I think on that note, we're having this conversation, but it would be good to see in our public participation a lot of submissions, so submissions from people in this room that can better position these regulations to really serve the people of our country. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Deboho.
Thank you very much. Let me emphasize the point that some of the colleagues highlighted in terms of embracing AI. I think AI is here to stay. We have to embrace it. We have got no choice. But equally important, let's make sure that we use it responsibly. Just a case in point, I just want to make an example here. Starbucks, there was a note saying that Starbucks retires its AI inventory purely because it miscounted and mislabeled the store items. So AI need to be used, but you still have the responsibility to make sure that you use it responsibly. Coming now in terms of government coordination, I think it's equally important as well. Let's acknowledge what has been achieved at this point in time. If you take it in the context of procurement specifically, I think one of the speakers here spoke about the tax certificate. Today, we know that all institutions have access to SARS. You are able to get a tax certificate immediately. But of course, there's still some work that can be done. Some of the issues that were mentioned here is the issue of pricing. Reserve Bank has got pricing information, Stats SA has got pricing information, and those kind of coordination, I think, can be extended to that level. I think let me just add on that one. Equally important as well, one of the key issues that we do have in terms of the procurement, that's why I was emphasizing the importance of the implementation. CIPC hold information in terms of ownership. If we can have that real-time access to CIPC, that will be helpful in terms of the process. Equally important, bank information. I mean, banking has got information about people who are tendering into the tender system. We want to make sure, as part of the process, if you can access that information real time. If I'm person X, I've got these capabilities, you should be able to get that information on real time. I think those are some of the reforms that we can put in place to enhance what we have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Posani. In the interim, just before you go, Mr. Posani, may we please have a roving mic for the BBE Commissioner, who will also have 1 minute of his input. Thank you very much. Mr. Posani.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the inputs and the discussions. Public procurement in South Africa has been treated as a battlefield between transformation and value for money, as if the two are opposites. They are not. Not in a country like ours with over 32% unemployment, with over 60% youth unemployment, and a township economy of over 900 billion, still locked out of the mainstream supply chains. Real value for money is transformation that works, but how does it work? It works because black-owned SMMEs grow, they hire people, they pay tax, they innovate, and become competitive in the long term to be suppliers to both the state and the private sector. The danger is not BBE, Commissioner Maton. The danger is symbolic compliance without economic outcomes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Posani. Mr. Gregory.
Okay. Oscar, we are going to blacklist companies. They must be blacklisted. We can't have people running amok. Projects half done, but budgets are exhausted. These regulations gives us a fair process of blacklisting. The tribunal is there, and we're worried about the cost. If you want to take a debarment or a blacklisting decision for a review with the tribunal, the cost is 500 rand. Very affordable. But blacklisting must happen to those companies that are not playing by the rules. Even when you are black, don't come to BBC or no support. Or no support if you have done wrong things. Number two, Meonica, as black people, we are 97% of the population of this country. We can't be crowded into the 30% government procurement. This 70% that is being excluded, if you read the regulations, right? It suggests that the 70%, when you participate in the 70%, you don't need BBE. It must be brought into the BBE space. Even those that are going to tender for the 70% outside of the set-asides must be required to demonstrate that they are transforming. And then issues that we're talking about in terms of how do we industrialize, then come into the picture. So we must support our industrial strategy through public procurement as number one lever. There are other levers, but this should be the number one lever. And I can tell you now that even the 300 billion rands that we are spending on social grants, we are seeing it in the balance sheet, in the income statements of listed companies. Just go and look at Pick and Pay. Their performance now is bolstered by Boxer. Without Boxer, they will have registered serious losses. Boxer, Boxer. Thank you. Kiruna. Township people, rural people are buying at Boxer. So we are seeing that money at the JSE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gregory.
Okay, all right. No, but I must answer this. No. This one I must answer. Tobela, the set-aside reditotsi. What President Zuma never bua fella from the podium. But you must introduce a piece of legislation. So in the act itself, not even in the regulations, in the act itself, there is set-asides there. And I will quote to the section. It is section 17 of the act. We were very clear on that one. That was one of our biggest wins. The set-asides are now going to be in the act, not in the regulations. Because if we had fought to reIBE in the regulations and not in the act, the regulations themselves will have been considered ultra vires, giving institutions or the minister or whoever has got the responsibility more power than the power that lies in the act. So the set-asides are here, my brother, and they are now in the act. It's no longer just rhetoric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gregory. May I kindly ask that you give my panelists a wonderful, warm round of applause for the amazing work that they've been done. So now we're going to give the Double B Commissioner his 1 minute. From there on, we are going to break for 15 minutes, and we're going to be back. There is tea at the back to keep. Mr. Tsidiso?
Okay, no, thank you. Quickly, the question around coordination within government is a very, very, very important question. I just want to acknowledge that question, particularly because this issue of public procurement cuts across many parts of government, cuts across many departments, all right? And for it to actually work and deliver, we need all of those departments that have a stake in this to be present so that it works. For example, small business development department is very, very much vested in this. And I'm hoping that they see that and that they're going to also make an input into the process. But consultation, internal government consultation, goes through stages. So we have had internal consultations, and what I submitted today is exactly what I submitted in that internal process. What I was asked to be here was come and share with us the view of the Commission. Now I could have said, nah, I don't want to do that because I've given the input to Treasury. I gave the input to Treasury. But the regulations came out in the way that they are. And now it's in the public domain, it's public consultations, and I'm also participating in public consultations, so we will submit. But it's a very, very important question. Let me just leave it there for the time being.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I've been corrected. It's actually lunch. I was going to give you tea, but it's lunch. Can we please be back at least at 20 to 2? Thank you very much. May I request that you stay behind as panelists? And the Double B Commissioner. Thank you.
Photo op.
They asked. For gift. Is it? Good thing you are done. Oh, sure. Is it far from here? Askies. I can. But this is a very, it's an important legislation that speaks to our democracy. Ah. Yeah, you can. Or they're going to remove the mics, this gentleman. Ne?
I think maybe let's do our counterpart.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, let's do the first panel.
Welcome back, everyone. If you could please make your way to your seats. Lunch ran over and we need to catch up some time this afternoon. If we're to release you on time, help you miss the traffic, help you get home on time, we do need to get through the second half of our program quite speedily. So please enter, come into the room and take your seats as quickly as you can. Thank you so much. If you could please take your seat so that we can start our program. Everybody who's standing, we will have a tea break later. The conversations will begin. Thank you. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope lunch offered you a moment to refresh, to connect with people, because often the best ideas get to deepen during lunch or tea. Whether you're in the corridors or the bathrooms in your exchanges with colleagues, this is where some of the bright ideas can grow even further. So I trust you had a wonderful lunch. So we return to our program now as we bring you a second panel. We've got 2 more panels to go, and then we will wrap up the day, summarize the ideas and the thoughts that were articulated on this stage. And I'm sure you agree that we started our panel discussions on a fiery note, wouldn't you? What we heard on this stage was a provocation to all of us to really be deliberate, intentional about this policy and what it could mean and how it could translate for South Africa and the future generation. But for now, we move into more of the developmental agenda. We're going to focus on mining, energy, and infrastructure procurement. Without a doubt, these are sectors that are part of the artery of the economy in this country. And the procurement in mining, energy, and infrastructure sectors can really deliver not only compliance, but also public value. And as we heard here, be a means, a vehicle towards growing Black advancement and African businesses. But these sectors are also confronted by a unique set of challenges. We've all heard of, procurement mafias, coal mafias, people who behave in an underhanded way in these sectors, which can complicate business. There's local content regulations. There's administrative delays often depending on where you are located. And also the question of local supplier capacity constraints. How do we overcome all of these? So to guide us through this next panel, I'd like to welcome Ms. Noni Mashika, and she will introduce you to her panel as they take us through procurement in these particular industries, mining, energy, and infrastructure procurement. So please join me in welcoming Noni Mashika to the stage for this next panel. Hello, Noni. Good day.
Good afternoon, everybody. As indicated, I am Noni Mashika, and I think it would be remiss of me to miss out to say Denison as well, just to indicate my full surname. And I would like to thank the UNISA Graduate School of Business Leadership for inviting us today to have this conversation. And in particular, I would like to also welcome and thank everybody for coming through today, and also to say that all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I noted today that the session was led quite heavily amongst women. And including the sessions this afternoon will also be led by women, from MC to panel moderators. And me being African, and this being Africa Month, I'm going to ask the women to come along and sing with me. Igama lama khosikazi ma libongwe, igama lama khosikazi ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, ma libongwe, igama lamakhosi ma libongwe, igama lamakhosi ma libongwe, malibongwe, 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 malibongwe. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you. Just a note that the president must not be worried. I'm not running for presidency yet. Thank you. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, the conversation we're going to have today is around sectors that are critical to the economy of the country: mining, energy, and infrastructure conversation. And for us who are having this conversation today, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where policy meets implementation. This is at the core and at the heart of the GDP of the country, as indicated by Obab Matuna earlier. State procurement contribution is at 50% to the GDP of the country. And these sectors contribute significantly to the growth of the South African economy. And I'm going to be calling upon four gentlemen to the stage who will be having a conversation around mining, energy, and procurement in their respective expertise. Starting with Mr. Tebogo Ntwana, who's a senior business executive, turnaround specialist, and governance expert with over 18 years of experience across South Africa and internationally. He currently serves as a senior associate and interim CEO at Nono Capital, where he leads investment, audit, risk, and compliance functions, strengthening governance and operational performance. Throughout his career, he has held key leadership roles in both public and private sector, including Africa CEO of the TM Group and executive roles at Engen Petroleum, where he drove growth, capital mobilization, and business turnaround initiatives. Mr. Ntwana is also actively involved in advisory and governance roles within education, development agencies, and national initiatives with a strong focus on economic transformation and public-private collaboration. Mr. Ntwana, could you please join me on stage? Thanks. And whilst Mr. Ntwana is coming onto the stage, I would like to call upon Mr. Rahim Nkumane, who is an experienced mining businessman, mine owner, operator, and fundraiser with a strong track record in managing mining projects and driving business growth. He is the Director of Programs in the Pan-African Middle Eastern Chamber of Commerce, an active board member of Council of African Youth in Minerals. He holds multiple leadership roles, including chairman and CEO of Easterling Gold Mine, which is one of the oldest gold mines, by the way, in the country, and Fulis Holdings, and is involved in several mining processing and company trading companies across South Africa and beyond our borders. He is also the youth president of the Pan-African Business Forum. His expertise span across mining, strategic planning, fundraising, and business development, with a focus on identifying opportunities, securing investment, and ensuring partnerships in the mining sector. This gentleman, ladies and gentlemen, published commentary in the Washington Times, which was published yesterday, on critical minerals, and he is the leading voice in the evolving discourse on global resource security, investment, and sustainable mining policy, according to the Global Policy Journal. Mr. Rahim, could you please join us on stage? Thirdly, I would like to also invite the advocate, Maruping Mpia, who holds an LLB cum laude and a PhD. Dr. Mpia is a practicing advocate at the Johannesburg Society of Advocates, as well as senior a lecturer at UNISA in the College of Law. He further acquired public international law certificates from the University of Pretoria, certificates in thought leadership and political economy from the Thabo Mbeki Business Leadership Institute, and a certificate in global law and policy from the Harvard Law School in the United States of America. Dr. Mpia is a former commissioner at the Magistrates Commission of South Africa and a former director at the Law Society of South Africa, LEAD, and he strives for an ethos of being a servant to humanity. Advocate, could you please join us on the stage? Lastly and not least is Mr. Ntutuzelo Sacha. He is a multidisciplinary professional with expertise across private sector, NGOs, CBOs, and academia. He began his career in student development and later expanded into communications, marketing, and fundraising, building strong expertise in stakeholder engagement and strategic communication. Since 2012, he has focused on BE consulting, advisory, and verification, helping organizations with compliance, transformation strategies, and enterprise development to support inclusive growth. His academic background includes a BA degree, multiple marketing-related diplomas, a postgraduate in management, and a specialized BE training, along with an MIT entrepreneurial course. He's actively engaged in sustainability, integrating ESG and sustainable development goals, particularly in education, economic growth, and innovation. Currently completing his MBA dissertation on market access for SMMEs in Johannesburg's tire sector, he remains committed to advancing small business development and inclusive economic participation. Mr. Sacha, please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as indicated earlier, as you can see, there are 4 gentlemen here with major resumes who are here to have this conversation with us around energy and mining, including infrastructure. Now, let's perhaps have a conversation with you, Mr. Tebogo, surrounding the involvement of private capital, especially considering the energy entities that you've worked with, and also within mining, in particular with a focus on business rescue, and how these particular entities find themselves challenged with the regulations that are touted to be focused on in the next few years.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity. So reality is, in South Africa, there is a lot of access to capital, but unfortunately, that capital gets affected by regulatory or procurement regulatory, to be specific. And that's why I think for some of us, we welcome the change that is coming obviously with the new legislation. Because right now, the previous legislation was creating a lot of uncertainty within procurement spaces. And that's why you find that within private capital, you find a lot of, and the most unfortunate thing is a lot of businesses like me and you, which are black-owned businesses. These are businesses that we take under business rescue, and these are businesses that we take under liquidation. So, and half of the time, you find sometimes the reasons is because the frustrations of procurement processes in terms of delayed payments, it's something that is definitely affecting small businesses majorly, and even sometimes from a security backing, and it depending to say who you're dealing with from a procurement point of view, you've realized that every department interprets the legislation differently, which creates frustration. I mean, we've dealt with businesses in the mining space, we've dealt with businesses within the energy space, and even infrastructure. and sometimes that's why you find some, from an infrastructure point of view, there's projects that would, be stopped in the middle of the project because of these processes. And unfortunately, from a private capital point of view, we cannot, unfortunately, accommodate sometimes some of these frustrations that the legislation is creating.
That is certainly understandable, especially taking into account that these particular businesses are undertaking projects within the public sector, and the importance of making sure that they continue to operate whilst implementing these critical projects. Now, looking into the mining sector, Mr. Nkumane, and considering some of the challenges that you've experienced or you've seen, especially taking into account regulations and whether or not they create a favorable environment, are you able to articulate in terms of how do you use these regulations in such a way that they create a conducive environment for the mining sector, in particular the SMMEs that are coming into this mining and energy sector? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the viewers and the audience. The mining sector in South Africa has great potential. So I've put on some notes on it. We possess a unique advantage that positions us strongly within the global landscape. We hold vast reserves of platinum group metals, manganese, chrome, and other critical minerals essential for the green transition. Our energy sector is undergoing historic reform, while our infrastructure needs ports, railroads, water, and digital networks for us to be able to thrive. Now, in the mining sector, when you are, of course, coming from a disadvantaged background, the barriers are very high, especially for the indigenous. Now, yes, government is trying their level best to craft policies, but I find that some of the policies don't have an outreach approach. So we are treated the same as any other generation that has come before us, which has mined, which we are not. We have limitations in terms of maybe putting forward guarantees in the mining sector. We have limitations in terms of accessing capital, whereby when you go to the traditional and conventional banks, they would usually want security and so on, which you do not have. So there's quite a number of challenges that we think that there should be an outreach approach towards all of this. If we do not have an outreach approach, we are not going to be competing. I'll give an example. There was a time when I read across Mwalimu Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, when he said you can't put a lightweight and a heavyweight in the same ring and expect them to compete. So this is the mining sector in the country, whereby junior miners are being bullied by the broader, bigger corporate mines in the country. When I mean bullied, I mean that they have a very competitive advantage in certain aspects that we don't have. So for us, in order for us to scale, we need resources. And then when we go to the door, as they said today, we're talking a little bit robust. When we go to the door of the funders, usually government agencies, they will tell you bring this and that and that and that, and you find out that which you must bring to them requires you to have some capital. Already you don't have money, you are at their doorstep, you want money, they say, no, you need to go back and come back with this report or that report. And mining is a capital-intensive industry. We do not have capacity, most of us who come from disadvantaged backgrounds in the mining sector. So I think there should be a way in which there should be some sort of an outreach approach for them to listen to us and hear us, because corporate raiders are showing us flames in the mining space. Thank you.
No, absolutely, especially noting that this is an industry where the margins are quite thin.
Yes.
So in terms of entry into industry, you want to make sure that you've improved entry level tools, so that, or instruments. So what I'm hearing you say, Mr. Nkumane, is that to a certain extent, government must come to the forefront with making sure that they are inclusive in their communication and inclusive in their approach, especially with regards to these regulations.
Yes.
I'm hearing you very well, and taking that into account, advocate. This is where you come in. I think this conversation is centered around policy instruments that are utilized to make sure that the economy runs effectively. And from a law or legal perspective, this is where you're going to come in and, just give us a view in terms of the role of law, especially taking into account the challenges that the two gentlemen have raised regarding barriers to entry in terms of some of the instruments that are put out, and how do we make sure that we use the law effectively and driving the economy of the country.
Thank you very much. Sanbanan, Tovel, I know it's after lunch, but I hope you're listening. Um, okay, now the role of law in procurement sort of processes. First and foremost, I think the most important thing is that we should remember is this. It has been 32 years of so-called democratic dispensation. Much has been said about Section 217 of the Constitution, which speaks about equity, competitiveness. I would go further. Much has been said in the Constitution to say, in Section 7, for instance, we must respect and protect and promote the rights in the Constitution. Despite constitutional framework and legal framework, corruption has been left unabated. So if the question to me is, what is the role of law in ensuring that procurement processes are fair and equitable? And they are going to empower majority black people as per the constitutional definition. I prefer African. The role is, the law, it's not the panacea to our problems. If you had constitutional framework, legislative framework, that seems to be failing young people in terms of entry into mining, what makes you think that the new bill on procurement bill is going to do any better? During my research, I've realized the Procurement Act was only passed in 2024. We are sitting in 2026. It's not even 2 years, but we're speaking about amendment to the Procurement Act and regulations. So we keep on reacting to the socioeconomic circumstances on the ground, meaning that the law is not forward thinking to prevent and say in the future we don't want malfeasance in government. So my role is to perhaps conscientize us to say, as much as we gathered here and we're going to say we are going to constrain, tighten, strengthen the role of law, there's a good chance that if law or procurement policies and BEE only produced bourgeoisie blacks, what would be the difference in empowering the majority of Africans as opposed to producing bourgeoisies? So the role of law must be looked at carefully. Law is a blunt instrument. You have to look at it in two ways. It can be incredibly empowering, or it can diminish progress. My view, and that is a Marxist view to a certain extent, is that the law, and what you have seen, is that the law privileges the powerful, privileges the elites, and therefore whatever you do, you interpret it however way you want to do it. Hence, in a constitutional order with an act that it's 2024, you are now reacting to it. What were you thinking in 2024 when you came up with this law? And now, are you thinking further enough not to come back here 5 years later and say, let's amend the law? So I'm asking you, and furthermore, before I even go further, it has been us who has been in charge for the 32 years. It has been us who are stifling progress. So when we are running around appealing, repealing, and amending, are we saying we have failed? And for the last 30 years, if we keep on failing, how long are we going to go in failing and thinking that when we change the laws, things will get better? In short, as I conclude, first we have to go back to basics. Any rational an honest lawyer will tell you that law is what you make it out to be. Law in itself is not transformative. Otherwise, the so-called beautiful constitution would have transformed your society. You would have had better education, better health system, better everything. But it's deteriorating today. So it's not about the beautifulness of the text. It is the people in office that have to implement the text to make it beneficial for the people whom it applies to. Therefore, going back to basics, I'm asking all of us to say, as we amend the law, and we should, because there are beautiful things in it, let's be careful to think that law is solution. As a considered advocate who has dealt with BEE matters, I can tell you for free that it has not assisted greatly in terms of empowerment. Thank you very much.
Wow, wow, advocate. Well fired there in terms of the views of how we can use, law as an instrument to safeguarding the economy, especially for the youth of 3025, to make sure that whatever decision we're making now as a country, we're making it for that particular inclusiveness and making sure that we're using state machinery to driving the economy for the next generation. And on that note, Babu Sacha, looking at these sectors that we're having a conversation on, in particular the mining sector and these BE regulations that are coming through, or the current public procurement regulations that are coming through, from a conduciveness perspective, do you believe that these are conducive for an environment that is great for companies to operate and be profitable? What are your views on that?
Good afternoon. Thanks, Noni. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Having worked in BE for quite some time now, since 2012, I want to give you two stories which at least would sort of be a base for what I want to discuss with you today. In particular, I want to take two industries, energy and also mining. So I want to show you what happens in the industry, and perhaps to the benefit of Mr. Madonna, who's obviously responsible for this. I'm doing some work with this company, so obviously I'm not going to mention the name of the company. It's in the mining industry. So you'd know the elements that have got to be rated for BE purposes. So in the consultation, obviously I'm preparing them for verification. So I'm saying to the company, okay, bring me documentation for ESD, not for ESD, but the SED, socioeconomic element. So I get a letter that says, okay, we have paid 3 million to this company, and this company has done 1, 2, 3 things. I'm saying, okay, that's fine. But can I get a documentation from this? So I'm not getting a documentation. I'm saying, okay, let's set up a meeting with this third company that you have paid the money to, so that I understand exactly what has happened, because for you to get points, you have to have proof, and there has to be solid proof in BEE. So I then set up a meeting with this third-party person, and I must say this person is non-South African. He's employed by a South African company in energy. And then just to talking 1 or 2 things, I realized he also does not understand anything about BEE, but he has to coordinate the BEE functions of the company. So I'm saying to him, okay, I know you have paid, so there's 3 million that has been paid to you. 500,000 of that has been used, so you still have 2.5 that has not been used. We have to account for this company to get full points for this with this 5 points. So I'm saying, what have you done? He says, no. Yes, we have paid for this service provider the 500,000, but the 2.5 we are still going to say. He says to me, we're still going to buy machines for bomme, by the sewing. Okay. Second thing is no, we're actually going to build a multi-purpose hall for the community. I mean, multi-purpose hall cannot cost 2.5, that's going to be more than that, just for starters. So I'm saying, okay, so if these are still going to be done, then you should not go to get points for this. So I went to a discussion, obviously, with a colleague. I said, this is what this company says, and he says, no, no. You know, it's very easy for us to get proof of this because we can go to an official, you know, in the area and just say they must write a letter and tell us that this money has been paid and they are in the process of building this. So what it meant then is the company would obviously get full points for that. But no work has been done on the ground, all right? So obviously you're going to call that fronting, circumversion of the code and all that. So no work has been done, but the company is going to get full points. So that's the one part of this. So we are fronting. So I want to come to the second one, and again to the benefit of the TTI, the commissioner in particular. There's a thing, and I want to bring in a third element, which are the banks. With the ESD, the Enterprise and Supply Development Code, element rather, and probably this is the reason why the Commission is wanting to do what they want to do to centralize the collection, at least of what's coming from that and put it in one pot. Now, what happens is there's a term that's used in the industry, and they will say, I'm Dutuzelo, I have this company, an ESD company, pay the money to me, and then I'll take that money to the bank, and we park it. Now, I like the word park because it exactly explains what it means. After 3 years, you're going to get your money back. Okay. But what has this money done? It hasn't done anything, except that the interest is what was coming to my company. Now, I'm the only one person in my company and probably just, you know, my staff. So that money is not going to the broader South African community that it is intended to do. It's just simply coming to me. And then after 3 years, it goes back to the company. Now, you have deprived the country of a multiplier effect of that money, because had you used it the way it was intended to be used, that would have been a benefit multiplied to society. So what are we doing with all that? So why are these examples important? In fact, let's ask a question. With those two examples I've given you, are we then saying BEE has been successful? Okay. Anecdotally, would probably say BEE has not been successful just by those two examples I've given you. So what are we going to do about it? Now that we are talking about procurement, which has got to be reshaped and reimagined, and we have a tendency as South Africans, by the way, of what you call in English clasping at straws, or grasping at straws. NgesiXhosa kuthiwa ukuzikhisa imifino ebaleni. You're looking for something that you know you're not going to find, because it isn't there. So the problem is not even the laws that we have. The problem, I think my colleague has referred to, is the people that are working. So what are you going to do about that? So I think the first thing that is going to be done is you've got to clean up your procurement departments in government. Because I think there's a lot of rot that goes in there, which will go on unabated until that system has been cleaned up and you have new systems altogether that come in to do what's supposed to be done. So I think that's the first thing that we should do. And I'm probably going ahead of myself, but I also want to say you must synchronize, and I think Mr. McDonough had referred to that. Synchronize the BE Act, obviously with the PMFA precepts, as well, to be sure we can all move forward to where we want to go as a country. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that overview, Mr. Sasha, but what it actually outlines is the reality on the ground. Are the instruments that we're using as impactful as they're supposed to be? And really, that is at the core of the conversation that we're having on inclusiveness and making sure that there's industrialization in the country, by utilizing state capability and utilizing public procurement in particular. Now, I think it would be remiss of me not to have this conversation without really trying to, almost couch conversations to the Treasury in terms of these particular regulations and trying to find a way of articulating what you would want to say to the National Treasury in terms of these regulations from your point of view, from your own expertise, and from your own areas where you are seeing what needs to be done with these regulations that have been published. What is your view, sir?
Okay, maybe from a turnaround and business rescue point of view, back in the days, when companies are in financial trouble or they're financially distressed, they'd go straight into liquidation. So the idea was good that a legislation gets introduced, which is business rescue, so which would prevent companies to actually go into business rescue. But unfortunately, from an economic inclusive point of view, I mean, even the earlier panel, they were speaking about township businesses that need to be benefiting. The reality is township businesses are not benefiting from this because even from that process, it's a process that they cannot afford to start with. And two, from a treasury point of view, sometimes treasury makes it difficult, for funders to disperse money because without following certain process. I mean, my colleague did say the amount of red tape that you need to go through for you to even access the resource, And when he's speaking about corporate grabbers, he's speaking about us because he was saying, earlier as to how much trouble that he's experiencing. So now you could imagine in terms of being a mine owner with an asset class of his size, he's having trouble. What more about the business that's sitting in the township? So banks needs to be playing a role in terms of obviously making capital available, but unfortunately, from a regulatory point of view, it's not friendly enough for it to actually be able to play a role that could benefit small businesses. So from a procurement point of view, it creates a lot of uncertainty. And from a private capital point of view, we do not unfortunately entertain where there's uncertainty. And we do not unfortunately be able to make processes easy for, open, market for people to really play. So where else already that, it leaves a huge gap, and that could be taken advantage of. So, and with that said, you look at other countries. In other countries, the more, let me make an example with Israel, for instance. In Israel, the more you fail, as a business, the more money or capital is available to you because they've got this belief that you are more closer to success. But now bring it to the African continent and the African context, specifically South Africa, we cannot unfortunately accommodate failure. So it means the more you fail or the minute you start failing, you get blacklisted, you do all of these things, therefore you cannot further access capital. Do you understand? And right now, I'm glad that in the room, there's even the likes of IDC and NEF, that are there as well in terms of disbursements of what? Of capital. Do you understand? From a development finance point of view. But guess what? You get in trouble, they're the very first one that fetch advocate as well, to come after you. And advocate would need to acquire some of our services to come in. And the unfortunate thing that other people do not know as business rescue process is that you can fire you as a director in your own company, because you're the very same reason that that company is distressed in the first place, and put processes. So, and the idea with that is that we save the business, not the company. So if it means I need to cut your business into pieces and sell off assets, then that's what we'd really need to do. Do you understand? So therefore, then from a small business point of view, especially black-owned businesses, how is that accommodative? It's not. Do you understand? So, and that's why you find right now, as we speak, there's close to about 4,000 business rescue processes that are running as we speak. How many accountants do you know? How many lawyers do you know? But you know, as business rescue practitioners, there's only 401 of us in this country. And as black people, we don't even own 10% of that space. So therefore, guess what? It's people that don't understand that sometimes you need to take from your tail to buy bread, you know, for you to be able to survive. Do you understand? But they'll be coming looking at this red tape that has been put in, and their focus is what? Enforcement, which is very unfortunate.
Wow, quite interesting, very, very interesting, Mr. Ntwana, especially taking into account that some of these businesses may have been implementing some of the projects in the public sector, within which they would have been, you know, trying to put out infrastructure for the country, and they're entering into these business rescue processes. Yes, now, Mr. Nkumane, I think the same question applies in terms of if you were engaging on these regulations today, what would be your message to the colleagues that are coordinating this conversation towards the National Treasury?
I think being in the mining space for close to 2 decades now, as a young entrepreneur, starting from being just a facilitator and broker for coal, there's a lot that we have seen in the industry. And looking at the African budget and the portion of South Africa, on the exploration budget, we have dropped from 35% to 7%. Now you have a problem where we sit with vast minerals in the country, and yet we cannot be able to explore them. Number two, with all the funding houses that are here, they need to consider having project preparation funding. Because many of us, we do go and apply for that license. Where, you know, me, I'm from Pretoria. You know, I'll be like, Joe, now I got a mine, and you get a mine. But where? On paper, or petty permit. Kotwa, you cannot be able to access the value that you have on paper. You go to Rustenburg, you go and look at the condition of how indigenous South African mine owners are going through. They don't have proper equipment, they don't have proper environmental studies, they don't have proper projects that will attract proper investment. At the end of the day in mining, in order for us to scale, is that we need to have a conducive environment around the funders. Funders need to make sure that they help us prepare our projects for the local and international market. Because in South Africa, we hold one of the world's reserves on many fronts, particularly on critical minerals. And we have cited it, as you said, on the Global Policy Journal, that South Africa is the future of the world in terms of minerals. But if we do not invest in exploration, how will we be able to access that value? That's my contribution. Thank you.
Powerful indeed, sir. Powerful indeed. How to invest and make sure that we use beneficiation as well, above ground activities for industrialization for the country, so that, you know, not only from an extraction of minerals perspective, but also above ground activities where we're able to make sure that we benefit as a country. Advocate, I'm sure you're going to give us another fiery overview of your message on this particular matter.
Well, I'm not sure about the fiery part, but I will try. I don't think government cares about us. There's a maxim in law that says, law must be done and it must be seen to be done. If I ask many of my colleagues in government, and to their credit, I'm sure they'll tell me things that they're doing. But we, the public, do not see the results of that which these people are saying they are doing. Hence, we are frustrated. But this one which is indefensible, to my credit, to say they don't care about us. How do you expect that our youth, which are not well represented in this room, are going to fight the good fight, implement the laws that we've come up with if you are saying they must pass ka 33%. You are dumbing the nation, but at the same time you want the nation to take the baton from their forefathers to make a beautiful nation in the future. It's impossible. It's an oxymoron. So there's a value chain. By the way, Dr. Chivas, Professor Chivas, do not kill me to air out our dirty laundries. But let me tell you the value chain of why our nation will die or it's dying. After 33%, they come to me as a doctor of law at the university, any university. I've taught at many universities, so this is not about UNISA. When they cannot perform, we pass them so that we get money from government because the output has been great. So we are channeling dumb people, forgive my French, and ultimately we want these people to come and lead us. Do you see how even if you change the laws, you are still going to do this thing I highlighted earlier on of changing laws after every 2 years because you don't want to face the real problem. Your people are simply not literate enough to come up with complex things to compete in a market economy. Lastly, so the point is, what will Treasury then do from now on? Still amend the law. It's important. In there, I looked at online tendering and all of those things. There would be sort of digitization. There will be some type of accountability, early systems that will say there's something going wrong, please deal with this issue. So to that extent, I think they are onto something. But in terms of overall empowerment of Africans, if you do a cursory Google search with the aid of AI, you will be astonished at the percentage of African-owned mines that are out there. To Mr. DeWo's point, you will be astonished how Africans generally, in any huge commercial enterprise, we compete. Yet we are the ones who are in government who are supposed to making it easier for my brother Amir to compete in the mining sector. In actual fact, Google how many mines are owned by Africans listed at the JSE. So when we speak about this bill, it's going to open up empowerment for all of us. Are we really serious in implementing the bill? My thing is that it doesn't start with the bill. It starts with the consciousness of young people to be patriotic, that South Africa matters, empowerment of young people, women matters. And when you take it from there, when the mind is okay, the implementation becomes okay. But if you miss it, you will keep on changing the laws each and every time because in the mind it doesn't click. That's why we burn universities, we burn clinics, we burn schools, because it doesn't click that infrastructure belongs to us and not government. And until you deal with these basic things, you are not going to get anywhere. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow, Advocate. As indicated earlier, that you're going to be quite fiery there. But you're raising very important points, especially around inclusivity. How do we ensure inclusivity for a generation that is not equipped to take over the economy? And I always indicate to everybody, even in all corners of our operations, is generation 3025. 100 years from now. So you are raising a critical and important factor. We are having this conversation today. How many youth are here? It's a very critical conversation. Where is the youth? I know I'm strategic youth. I never rise up at 35. I always stay up below 35. Exactly. But yeah, it is a key conversation. So what it involves is an integrated approach where education, works together with the economic sectors in the country to make sure that we're able to look at, have a forward-looking vision for the country that makes sure that we include the youth of tomorrow. My good sir, I'm going to now request that Mr. Sacha give us an overview from your side in terms of your views towards the National Treasury on these particular regulations. And what would you say to them in terms of these particular, the impact of these regulations from a BE perspective?
I'll come to that, Noni. But I thought of an example. I'm very talkative in class, generally. So I just remember the other day we were discussing about this ownership story, again to the point about BEE. Why is ownership so important? And I'm sure, as it was pointed out, that it comes with a whole lot of other problems, and obviously fronting becomes one of those big problems. But you talk about ownership of assets and productive assets in the country because you want black people to be involved with that. And they must be invested and vested with the process because this is their country. Now, if you imagine as it happens, that, I mean, you bring in Australians, they come, they mine, and then they go back home. They have left the holes that you have around, which obviously become barrows, sorry to say that, but for zamazamas. And we have the kind of problem that we have because the people who opened those holes, I mean, are gone. Now, had you had South Africans owning that, they would not have gone to Australia, they would still be with us here, and they would have to account for that. So ownership is important because of that. One. Two, I get surprised sometimes with the kind of things that we do and we don't do, and yet we've got benchmarks, models, and examples in the entire world that we could be learning from. The BE that we have, we get it from Malaysia. Is it really difficult for us to go and copy the success and failures of Malaysia, and we obviously bring them here? I don't say, I mean, bring them wholesale, obviously change the things that have got to be changed, but obviously you bring that in, the success is in. And obviously then we can have our GDP growing as Malaysia's GDP, is. And all other countries, I'm just using these examples. Singapore, if you read, it was built, the buildings that you see in Singapore were built over 40 years. We have just celebrated our 30 years of democracy since 1994. Do we really have those kind of buildings that Malaysia has built over 40 years? I mean, for 40 years, it's, how many decades is that? It's 40 decades. So it means, by the way, Malaysia, not Malaysia, but Singapore, is coming from a small thing that was called an entrepot. It was simply a pass-by for ships that were going to trade on the other side of that. And it has built what it has built in 40 years. Would it have been possible for South Africa to do that? I'm sure it would have been possible, except that I come back again. You've got people in government that are simple selfish, looking after their needs, and that's all. That's why we have to clean up the procurement departments in government. That has got to be done. So Treasury must look at that, must clean up that as part of the restructuring that they have to do with the PMFA. I had just the last point here. Having done that, you must have a way of monitoring and obviously evaluation. So I've said three things. Clean up the procurement department. And the other one, I said synchronize what DTI is doing for BEE and also obviously what the Treasury is doing. That has got to be totally synchronized so that the one can speak to the other. And obviously then you have a way of monitoring and evaluating that. And I actually have a question for the DTI, and that will be through Mr. Madonna. He doesn't have to answer that. Government departments in the BEE were supposed to be going or undergoing verification as the private sector is going through verification for BEE purposes, so that part of their procurement goes to black people who obviously have never had an opportunity, or government departments being verified, because that would be a way of monitoring and evaluation and evaluating that and understand that there is progress in terms of procurement that is distributed at least to the entire South Africans, black at least. Is that happening? Is that evaluation happening? Verification is you are doing with private companies. If it's not happening, why is it not happening? So we should look at that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sacha, for that overview. You know, quite outstanding. And I'm sure as we, you know, look at these regulations and this public consultation process is undertaken, these pointers are taken into consideration. And I think the key considerations based on this conversation that we've had today, and maybe starting from what you've just mentioned, Babu Sacha, which is to synchronize the procurement instruments around empowerment tools. And to also make sure that if you're looking at transformation, especially within the mining sector, we must make sure that we have an outreach approach, as you've indicated, sir. How do we make sure that Treasury starts creating, you know, that outreach to make sure that, you know, everybody's included in the conversation on transformation, especially on state procurement. And also making sure that there's a balance between rooting out corruption and creating an enabling economy for empowerment for Africans. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, procurement failures create distressed economies. As a country, we must move from compliance to outcome-based to boost investor confidence in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our conversation from today. I'm hoping it was quite insightful, and I'm hoping that we'll have further conversations. Oh, yes. Any questions in the room? Okay, I must be a lady now. Oh, they've got a roving mic. Oh, thank you, thanks. We'll be taking just 3 questions, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks. Okay. Let's start with, yeah, if I start with Mr. Matuna, I'm going to be told I'm having favoritism, because he used to be my DG, by the way, at Public Enterprises. So let's start in the middle of the room somewhere. Okay, let's start with the gentleman with the glasses. That's you, sir.
Oh, okay. I think, I'm a representative of Rehoboth Global Network. Over and above that, I run my own logistics company. And I think as a young entrepreneur, what I would like to say is that I've been through many different programs and all of that. And coming from Soweto and all of that, I'll just start by saying that because this is where we get inspired by a lot of people in business and all of that, where we want to drive whatever cars they drive, want to live wherever they live and all of that. It makes it almost, I don't know, it's sad that even the programs that are offered to us do not have an exit strategy. We are all somewhat excited by being in fancy rooms with the right people and all of that, which are even hard to talk to because of our backgrounds and where we come from. Not only that, I appreciate all the different inputs that I've heard today, but now the question then becomes, what is next? Where do we go now as entrepreneurs after this? Because you may be registered for CSD, which sometimes fails you in the middle of the process and all of that, and there's no one to call because of certain AI replacements where you can't even get to speak to someone. And not only that, then it's the capital part, as it has been discussed. And then we go back to where we say, we aren't fully equipped. And it's not that we aren't fully equipped because of our own liking or doing, but because of, look, it's all, sheesh, I don't even know where to start, honestly. None of the information is available. It's only up until you're 5 years into business, for one, that you realize that you owe SARS an exorbitant amount, whereas you had to teach yourself everything going up there. And some may argue that, yes, the information is there, but where, honestly? Because as a new entrepreneur, no one tells me that. I think one of the gentlemen did mention that if I need bread, I'm not going to die with 1,000 in my account. And no one tells me, or I don't have a tax advisor who's going to tell me, take it out as entertainment or have a logbook of some sort and call it consumables so that I can't be penalized later. And then that's how all entrepreneurs eventually fail, where we work hard to get up there. When I look at my dear sir, Rahim over there, who's taken 2 decades to get to where he is, and only to find in 10 years that I owe SARS 36 million. There's no one to help us out of that. And then that's where we get blacklisted. Not only that, that's where corruption begins as well, where I say, okay, now how do I dodge this bloody tax at the end of the day? And it's corruption in a sense that it's corruption until it benefits me as a person at the end of the day, because once it starts benefits me, it starts being normal. Because there is no other way to go about such a thing. So I just want to know how and at what point can I go to a place where I can say, okay, this is where I go for all my business needs. I can get a domain, a website, a landline, and all of that. All of those things that are required of me as a business to be able to compete in any market, because sometimes I have to take it out of my own pocket. And that's where I don't even understand where text comes from. So I'll just close it there. Otherwise, I could go in the whole day. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that question, Mr. Matuna. And Rahim, I think you will take the first question after Mr. Matuna has asked his question.
Oh, I was answering your question.
Oh, pardon, you were answering.
I'm answering.
Okay, perfect.
A question. I was asked a question. I don't want anybody to say, yeah, he was asked a question, he avoided answering it. I want to appreciate this conversation. It's frank, brutal, but I hope also constructive. So we can walk here with solutions and not only with problems. I think what has emerged from the conversation, as I summarize it, is that actually as a country, we have all the tools for our problems. We have all the instruments. We actually have the solutions, all right? Where is the problem? The problem is the problem is in the mindset. So I like the contribution that says, yes, look at having a perfect procurement legislation, but it is not by itself going to solve the problems. So we need transformation. We need a transformation of the mindset. We are not going to have economic transformation without a transformed mindset. And that is the challenge. That is the challenge that we must confront. That in fact, actually, we don't necessarily have a fit-for-purpose public service. You have all of these solutions. We don't have public servants who are implementing these solutions because they do not have shared values. They do not feel that they are answerable to that entrepreneur who has started something but needs to have their hand held and supported so that they succeed. We don't have something that we spoke about at lunchtime. We don't have the social capital of saying, we can do this. We can do this thing. So it's not going to be possible for the BE commissioner to be chasing officials in government departments who have the mandate. They're the same mandate. For me to be going around with handcuffs, I don't even have handcuffs, by the way. Or even a shambok, to shambok people. Do we need that? Why do we need that? When we know, all right, we are in these positions that we occupy to solve people's problems. But we've lost that. But it can be rebuilt. So let's have the legislation, but the next conversation is about how do we use it? How do we use it? And you here, it must come from you. Let's stop waiting for solutions to come, all right, for someone to come to us. We need to exercise our agency because we have it. There are very many educated people with ideas who should avail themselves through appropriate networks. And there are many networks here. We had BBC is here, BUSA is here, BMF is here. We have all the infrastructure to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matuna. And I think you're reminding me now that in my early career, I used to be in government. And at some stage, I also had the same posturing of government must do this, government must do that. And at some stage, if I recall very well, DG, it was you who said, but you are government. So how are you expecting somebody else to do what you need to do as a government? So let's open up for another question. My lady. Thanks.
The mic is not working. Good afternoon. I'm Ngobile Ndimande from Women in Construction. I think Mr. Matuna has touched a bit fit for purpose, but what is the shared services, the CSD, why are we here? Why then are we discussing it? When are we going to have the regulation? All the educated, what I feel as an entrepreneur, people that have failed the system is the ones that are CAs, advocates, all the professional bodies that today are appearing in all the courts, commercial courts, because they did not implement. So when I'm saying why are we here, what is it that, which tool are we bringing in 2026 through this procurement? The presidential tax team to put the regulations together for us to get a set aside. If you are short, you are black from Zola, you are a woman, it's extortion, it's cartels, it's big brother nonsense, it's all those things. But how then the professionals and people that are sitting there that are going to identify what the previous young man is talking about, and all our children are suffering that, and in the infrastructure, we still get the outside world benefiting in our country and see it as a normal process. Do we need a match and match in business? Do we need a dudula in business? That will make a better conversation. But as we are here, what is it that we're planning to use for supplier enterprise development to be at work? What are we mapping? And which outcomes do you want to see to our generation and our children?
Um, one more. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time. So may I request that we maybe provide a response to the two questions so that we give the next panel an opportunity to have a conversation. However, the colleagues will still be here, so if there are any further questions, can we then take them after this session? Okay. Yeah, you may proceed, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much to my fellow young person. Even though I'm almost 2 decades in mining, Shuguti, I had started early while I was a teenager. A few points that you have given, and I'll give community intelligence because we are the ones who are with the youth in the continent. You'll find that young people are not really included in spaces, but they are included for convenience. Uguti, angithi we are the young continent, so we need these young people to be with us so that they can vote for us or whatever the case may be. I'm not pointing fingers. And I would like to quote one of the presidents who said, youth, they are not only biology, but we are also ideology. Now, in South Africa, our economy, it's the mainstream of the economy is mining. And the question that we must ask ourselves is that how come we don't have a junior mining minister? But we have a minister for small business. What about the junior mining minister? Let me tell you why. There's 3 or 4 countries in the continent that have managed to produce more from the mining sector than the actual corporate companies. I'll give an example with our neighbor, Zimbabwe. The junior miners of Zimbabwe have produced 60% of all the gold that was exported from Zimbabwe. Now, I'm saying, as South Africa, for you to enter the barrier of mining in this country, you must at least have 50 million in your pocket for you to be able to access it. So if we are really serious about the mining sector in the country, we must make sure that there is a ministry that is dedicated to us. And that ministry must be young. The ministry must be young and it must be vibrant so that we can push for the future of mining in this country. So the frustrations that you are talking about is true. We have public servants who are not intentional in transformation. We have public servants who are not intentional in transformation. They are there for the paycheck, and then after that it's done. So youth, we are going through this. Look at the representation of youth in this particular setup. It's not there. Why? Because youth nowadays, we say, abastati serious. They're not taking us serious. They only take us serious when it's convenient for them. This is what we talk about. So I hear what you are saying, and it's true what you are saying, but at the end of the day, we, the youth, now must stand up and take charge. Because now we cannot be having a country such as South Africa, whereby we are losing out on being part and parcel of the global powers with the resources that we have. And we have young energy that is talented, and we are a young continent. Thank you very much.
I think in addressing Umam, I'll also add a bit of you, my brother. So I think it starts with us as South African and as young people, and we need to be involved. So reality is there's so much flaws that our government has, but in the midst of that, there's so much good as well. So simple thing, now we are here. So you are here meeting people that you'll never meet on the street, getting information that you'll never get. And what I've realized with people, if you ask for help, people are willing to help. So let me make an example as well. So in South Africa, we've got a government entity called Productivity SA, that even when your business is struggling, so there's people like me that are turnaround practitioners that are employed there that are meant to help businesses like yourselves, and absolutely for free. They are under the Department of Labor. So there's I can mention a number of entities that are within government that are there that you could really access. But unfortunate part is that when there's activities like this, where even now laws are being put out there that we need to comment, most of us are not there commenting. Most of us are not there participating to tell the government what must happen. And we leave this for a certain few, or for politicians or for the likes. And that's why, unfortunately, we suffer as black people, or we suffer as young people, or even as entrepreneurs, because we're not there participating. So reality is, information is out there, just that it's information overload. So therefore, you need to be able to, I guess, flesh out from the information to say which one is good information and which one is not. And from an institution point of view, we need to be able to pick up the phone or knock, create relations as to, in terms of that. And there's people that put a lot of information even online as well. But unfortunately, sometimes we're consuming the wrong information, which is information that is not, unfortunately, good for us. So there's a lot that we could say, but unfortunately we all come with different circumstances and different situation. But I guess it's just a question of putting ourselves out there and be willing, to seek the help, and be willing, most importantly, to get the work done so that it could work to an advantage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As you've heard, we may have challenges as a country, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and let's make sure that we use a values-based approach to make sure that there's inclusivity, industrialization, and that we strengthen the state capability. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for this panel, and thank you so much for being patient with us today. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Yes. So we're going to do a quick presentation of gifts for our panelists before they step off, and a quick photo moment for the group before everybody scatters. Prof, are you in the photo? So we can capture it and be able to continue with our program. Thank you. Oh, okay. Excellent. Just a few more seconds. The camera is ready for you when you are. Wonderful. Thank you. Let's hear it one more time for our panelists. It was quite evident that parts of this is very brutal, as the commissioner had said. Interestingly, I noted the same word, that this is a brutal process, particularly for African-run businesses. And I think what also became apparent from this particular panel is that it's not just about the legislation, it's not just about the policy and regulations, but we also have to fix other parts of society. For this to succeed, we have to fix so many interrelated other parts of our society, and that was certainly something that was clear. So thank you to our panelists as we ease into the next one. And this final panel for the day is all about governance, ethics, and state capability. Issues, ideas that were touched on in this particular panel. But if we've been saying throughout the day that procurement is one of the most powerful instruments that the government has, then governance could be seen as something that gives it direction. And ethics is what helps to give it legitimacy, while state capability is what gives it effort. But as said, we have to fix so many other areas of our society for us to win at this. And so it's a pleasure right now as we push through to the final segment of this afternoon. We are going to have a collation of the ideas that you've heard here and a sense of what will be done with all your contributions before the day's end. But our final panel for today is being hosted by Ms. Musidi Mukhele. And Musidi, can you join us on stage and introduce your panelists for this segment? You definitely don't want to miss it because you've heard of the powerhouse that's been in the room with us all day, and she will be getting on stage to add to this discussion on governance, ethics, and state capability. Ready? Let's hear it for Musidi. Have we had a change? Right. Okay. Musidi, over to you.
Thank you so much, Azania, for that warm welcome. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you've heard, my name is Musidi Mukhele, and I have the privilege of moderating the next panel. And to join me for the last session of the day, I'd like to call to the front Dr. Danisa Baloyi, who is the former president of the Black Business Council. Okay, it looks like we need to give them just a few more minutes. Some of the panelists are still being mic'd. Production team, do we have something just to get everyone energized for the last shift of the day?
Thank you. I prefer the mic.
1, 2.
Thank you so much for that. We seem to be back, ladies and gentlemen. And let me start again. I'm going to invite Dr. Danisa Baloyi to the stage. She is the former president of the Black Business Council. With a resounding warm applause, please. And then joining us as well is Mr. Monden Ndlovu, who is the BMF Black Management Forum MD. Dr. Kifile Masiteng, who is the head of the resident coordinator for the United Nations. Please join me on stage. We also have Mr. Mpodi Re, who is the ESCOM Senior Manager for Procurement Governance. And last but not least, Mr. Nkosana Tobela, who is a businessman, social entrepreneur, and the executive director of BPI, which is the Broad Pool of Ideas Foundation. As I've mentioned, my name is Musidi Mokhele, and yes, I can see the time, which is 15:47, which means half of you are wondering if this panel will be more interesting than your inbox, and other half are calculating if the coffee and the soft drinks you had from lunch will last you another hour. So here's my commitment. We'll not turn this into a live reading of the draft General Public Procurement Regulation. At 52 pages, even I would fall asleep. And I wrote my own speaking notes, by the way. But here's why you should stay awake. Procurement is the one place where the constitution, the economy, and service deliveries all sit in the same boardroom. Section 217 gives us one standard. The public procurement regulations give us 12 new levers, and we have 5 people here who live this work every day, from ESCOM's power stations to the United Nations, from the Black Management Forum to the Black Business Council, and also to business and professional intelligence. So think of it this way: if government spending was a company, it would be the biggest client in the country. Except this client has 60 million shareholders, an audit every year, and the media reporting on every board meeting. That's the reality of Section 217. Fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. So in the next 50 to 60 minutes, we are going to stress test these new public procurement regulations. Where does governance hold? Where do ethics get tested? And do we actually have the state capability to buy what South Africa needs? No acronyms, and I'm looking at the panel, no jargons, just straight answers, because if we get procurement right, roads get built, clinics get medicine, and lights stay on. So if we get it wrong, we all read about it tomorrow. So panelists, you've been briefed. Audience, you've been caffeinated. Let's make the Constitution proud in just an hour. Let's begin. I'm going to start with a specific focus on governance and oversight, and perhaps starting with Mr. Mpodire. And my question to you, sir, is ESCOM manages high-value, technically complex procurement. What governance changes will ESCOM need to implement to meet the new requirements for strategic infrastructure procurement, especially around procurement risk management and life cycle costing? And where do you see the biggest accountability gaps today?
Good day. Hope I'm audible. Thanks for the question. I think firstly, let us acknowledge the fact that the country is going through a period of no load shedding. We are now at the point of 365 days of no load shedding, and we as ESCOM are aiming to be able to continue this good run. As I speak to you, you're speaking to an individual that forms a part of an organization that is also improving its finances. For the first time in a long time, we declared a profit, and we are looking again to declare a profit in this financial year. So this tells you that if business, the legislative makers, and the individuals in the engine room, being the various workers at our station, come together, develop a plan, and work that plan, we are able to overcome any challenge. If you would recall, just to take you back in history, ESCOM, to arrive at this point, we convened net joints. Net joints was a combination between business, the legislative makers, coupled with ESCOM and industry. And from there, we developed a plan which we executed, and now we're finding ourselves here. So as we gather here, do not presume that we gather here with an audience from the public sector that does not have a listening ear. We do have a listening ear, and we've heard you. And you would see, as part of the people that have supported this colloquium, ESCOM as part of that list. And the reason for that is we deem this particular legislation as a critical legislation. What we are seeking to achieve as ESCOM from this engagement and from this opportunity that government has granted us is an opportunity to have a fit for purpose legislation that supports us as we enter the competitive landscape. Remember now, your SOEs are entering into a framework where we have to compete. There's IPPs. Our cost to produce is now being put to question. And therefore, as we enter this landscape, we're looking to say, how do we balance the 5 critical aspects around transformation? How do we ensure that we remain competitive? How do we ensure that we remain innovative so that somebody does not come and eat our lunch as a state-owned entity? And furthermore, that as we grow the South African economy. Remember, a productive ESCOM, it results in a productive economy. Electricity drives industrialization. So this is where we are at. Going back to the question around what is it that we need to do, I think what is key is that we need to digitize, and the procurement bill is very strong there to drive procuring entities into the next phase of digitization. We need to be able to leverage AI and existing technology to make it easier for our business communities to interact with us. Secondly, to be able to also have the transparency that they need so that they are certain that when they submit a bid to us, we are able to treat it fairly. Secondly, as we prepare as ESCOM for our next phase, the next thing that we are preparing for is how do we industrialize? We're looking for nuclear partners. We're looking for people that will be partnering with us as we go into the nuclear build. What does it mean? It means as we design, our engineers have to design for local. So we've spoken about industrialization. Industrialization does not occur in a vacuum. It means that you must be intelligent intentional in how you even design your scope. So we need a bill that allows us to be able to drive those type of things, thinking. And lastly, as we develop ourselves internally, we need to also source for innovation. What does that mean? It means today I might have a problem statement, not a scope. I might not know what the answer is, but I need a legislation that will allow me to put the problem statement in front of the business community and say, here's my problem statement. Go look to say, how can you partner with us in resolving it? So we are evolving into a new phase in terms of the procurement environment, in terms of the SOE requirement, where we require a bill that supports agility so that we are responsive and we are able to be innovative and keep up with our competition. That's just to answer the question. Thank you.
That was quite comprehensive, but indeed we need to all applaud ESCOM for a job well done, you know, from where we used to be to where we are, you know. And then my next question is to Mr. Monde Ndlovu. The Black Management Forum represents professionals across public and private sectors. So from a governance oversight perspective, how should institutions balance transformation imperatives with these stricter bid committee competency and rotation requirements? And take us through the practical steps that can be implemented to ensure bid committees remain both competent and independent.
Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Oh, Sanbonan. Sanbonan. All right. No, thank you very much. I think, firstly, it's almost like transformation, governance, and economic growth are almost engaged almost simultaneously, as though transformation objectives and imperatives tend to impede what is governance or what is economic growth on the other side. So governance actually protects transformation objectives, firstly. Secondly, it's going to be difficult to protect transformation objectives if there's no clarity on what they truly are and what they mean, especially from a public sector perspective. And so that is quite critical for us to engage at that level. Do these institutions fully comprehend the role that they must play in transformation outcomes? For then that will translate in how the governance structure protects those outcomes. But if there is no clear link between transformation objectives, transformation outcomes, and the power of an institution, whether it's sitting in the procurement level and some of the challenges we've seen in procurement and those processes, those individuals, those systems, are people fully aware that the transformation imperatives are of more profound impact than the governance framework itself? So these two need to work together, they need to talk to each other, but more profoundly, that governance architecture needs to then protect the transformation objectives. Thirdly, it is critical in terms of the rotation, the bid committees, etc., because of the challenges that have been seen in how corruption has grown in there, precisely because there's not proper oversight. The specific individuals and other people that have then created their own systems within the system itself that had no oversight and no clarity in terms of what it must do. And so that is quite critical, that you've got to rotate, you've got to have different people, different decision makers, but the transformation objectives must be clear as to this lever of procurement on how we want to utilize it in impacting the country at large. And so then that also talks to in tandem, the targets, so the transformational targets that are within procurement, to what extent are they then going to be achieved, why they must be achieved. In fact, you can even go even further, that even the performance measurements of procurement must be tied to the performance of these committees and individuals, so that there's a clear consequence management from a performance management perspective. It must not be allowed to, allowed to have a mind of its own. So performance And the committees and the transformation objectives must have a clear line of sight that indeed when we achieve X and Y from a transformation objectives protected by the governance system and these committees that make decisions, it is linked even to incentive pay as well. So the performance management system is quite critical in protecting the process going forward as far as transformation objectives. So it's not either or, it is both transformation and governance at the same time, but transformation more so because of the country that we live in, transformation more so because of the direction we want to seek to take. And because of where we want to go and the clarity that is required, then everyone should be on board in understanding, firstly as individuals and secondly as institutions and systems, that these are the key transformation issues we're trying to solve by procuring, by utilizing this tool of procurement. In the absence of that clarity, people who make decisions will be far removed from the challenges we're trying to solve as a nation. So those layers of clarity between what transformation objectives, what these committees in terms of the decision making are supposed to make, and the intended outcomes and the governance infrastructure that is supposed to protect that, and then the performance management system that must then link those decisions to incentive pay and consequence management, because transformation is of paramount importance to the survival of the South African economy.
Don't be shy with your applause, but at this point, my next question is directed to Dr. Masiteng. Dr. Masiteng, from a United Nations perspective, how can South Africa's new focus on inclusive procurement, including women-owned enterprises, youth-owned enterprises, and enterprises owned by persons with disabilities, strengthen state legitimacy and service delivery? But I'd also like you to touch on the governance safeguards that matters most.
Thank you very much. I guess the critical issue is about the understanding that procurement happens because livelihoods need to be changed. Procurement happens because there is service delivery that needs to happen. Procurement happens because we need to buy services so that we can serve the people. That's where it starts. Then the critical issue is the inclusivity that goes with procurement. It is not a favor to, and it is not about to say quotas, this 40%, just because we say women were left behind. It is not about quotas, it is not about saying include young people as if it is a favor. It is a requirement. They are part of service delivery, but what is more important is to ensure that by the time you talk about bringing them, you also understand the objectivity of the country. It is about dealing with poverty. It is about dealing with unemployment. It is dealing with inequality across society. So it is changing the livelihoods of the people. So when procurement happens, it needs to understand those that have not been able to have the opportunity to get the conditions to be able to get and be able to serve. If you talk about the women that enter, women in mining, women in construction, these are the women that enter because these are the industries that are high labor intensive, and we know that they can create jobs in bigger numbers, but they have not had the head start, and the head start has been to the men. And if we agree with those things, then it becomes easier, it is a condition. So I think when procurement happens, it needs to be very deliberate. It needs to be able to understand it is not a favor, it is not because the young people are left behind, it is because it is their time, it is because the young people are the game changers. So we talk procurement, it is not a technical issue, it's a developmental issue. It is an issue that is supposed to be understood to say, and then to what end? If you bring the young people, will the impact be bigger? If you allow more women to come in beyond the quotas of 40%, what would be the impact? If we want to massify, scale up, and reach out bigger and more livelihoods, I think we can consider those women. For me, the key points are that we should have targeted inclusivity, and it should be easy, it should not be technical. We should not count numbers. Some of us are statisticians, so we can count numbers and say what numbers mean. but there should be deliberate approaches to changing lives. It should be an inclusivity that talks about where is the service delivery. Do we think in this particular program women would add more value? And if that is the case, let the woman come in. Don't count 40%. If it has to be 100% of the women that are included because it's a program that is pro-women or that can be achieved because more women are in, it's not about the technical counting. The other issue for me is we talk about localization and the value chains. Just anchor it and make sure that it is about procurement in the sectoral strategies, which differ. They differentiate how we go in, how we capacitate. It does not count men and women. It differentiates by skills, it differentiates by the abilities, it differentiates by the sectors that we are in. So I think there's a lot that we need to put in beyond just counting women and counting young people and saying, bring 10 young people. We are talking about them today. I'm sure they make 0.1% of the percentage that we have here. So there should be more deliberate approaches. And then I think on the issue of safeguards that you're talking about, I guess the critical issue is, let's just understand the environment. The environment has moved. It's about innovation. It's about technology. It's about being able to understand that AI moves the world. It's about to understand that modernization of the green energy. So when you look at all these things I'm talking about, many of us can be left out. And therefore, the correctness of choosing those that are ready now, and maybe the young people are just the stock that we should be able to bring in. Green economy, digitization, technology, and modernization, I'm sure many of us would struggle with that, I'm including myself, so that I am not seen to be choosing. But I guess it's about deliberately making sure that we understand contract management should not be a favor. It's not an administrative issue. Then we are talking a technical issue, and it would be done, but more deliberately, more transparently, nothing to hide. Because if there are people that enter the system in ESCOM and know that there are certain things hidden, that's exactly how they enter, and they get hidden, and corruption manifests itself. Thank you.
And then we're moving on to Mr. Nkosana Tobela. And my question to him is, in infrastructure-heavy portfolios, poor planning is costly. What does procurement readiness actually look like to you? And who should be held accountable when projects fail due to inadequate needs assessments?
Hello. Thank you so much, moderator. Can I please take a slightly different approach in answering your question and tell a little story? Earlier in the session, I spoke about ants. Everyone laughed. Now, we are those ants. And it came from what I said. My father once asked me that when you reverse in the morning or when you walk around your yard, how many ants do you step on per day? Then I'm like, obviously I have no way of knowing that. And the reason for that is because I do not take the ants seriously. And hence I cannot feel their pain if they feel any. Now, in this economy, we are those ants. We complain, we cry, we mobilize, we have these conferences. I think maybe I'm attending my 200th conference, Dr. Baloyi, like similar to this one. But you see, we're ants. Now the ants mobilize. And the elephant realizes that, hey, these ants are too many. We need to work together. Then democracy comes in. The ants have mobilized, so democracy comes in. Now, the elephant realizes that these ants are too many and they'll become too powerful. Then the elephant picks the most powerful ants and say, by the way, you are welcome at the table. Then the powerful ants flock to the table. Then they eat with the elephant. But the elephant gets to decide and determine what you can eat and how much and how far. Then a culture develops. in that community. We are still in that yard. So a culture develops. What is that culture? So I'm from Mamelodi. If I come from a community where Butleva, Buginza, it's fairly acceptable. I'm 7 years old. I go to school. My teacher, when stopped by the traffic police, they give cold drink. A nurse in our community, when she goes to work, stopped by the traffic police, cool drink. So we develop a cool drink culture. It's not a problem anymore. It's a culture. Now, out of that culture, then the other end start complaining to say, no, but this thing is unacceptable. Then we go to the next level of culture. We said, no, but we've declared our interest. I'm doing work with government and I work for, but I've declared my interest. It is now a culture and it's acceptable. Now, from that community where cool drink is acceptable to a 7-year-old, 15-year-old, that 15-year-old will eventually go to university, they'll graduate, they'll become maybe a public servant or they'll go into the private sector. So you must understand that the source of all challenges, it is that culture, because I will take that culture into my work, whether I'm running a municipality, whether I'm running a school, whether I'm a minister, whether I'm president. Then why are you surprised that if you can give 50 rands and a traffic official can accept it and say go, it is at that level. At a different level, I'm running a municipality, it means the value goes higher. It's no longer 50 rands. Then I get 200 rands. When I'm a premier, I get 500, and when I'm president, I can't even say. But you see, that is a culture. And it's embedded and it's strong, and there's no law that can dismantle it. But government can intervene. It can, and it should, but it has not happened. As society, we need to begin to mobilize ourselves into very powerful forces that can reject that which we do not want. I'll give you an example. Our organization, the BPI Foundation, which is a thought leader platform, think tank / civil society organization, we've created awards, excellence awards, to recognize ethical leadership, principled leadership. And we've identified, different, it's now continental, by the way. We've identified different leaders from across the continent, but starting from South Africa. Give you an example. Wamkele Mene, who's the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, got our award, I think, about 2 years ago. President Chisano, former president of Mozambique, got our award. And I'll tell you why I'm mentioning these awards. Wendy Lucas Bull, former chair of ABSA, now chair, ShopRite Checkers. Dr. Navi Pillay, who was the Commissioner of Human Rights at the United Nations. Dr. Ruel Koza, who's currently the chair of Discovery Bank. Ambassador Ruth Meyer, who just started his ambassadorship this week. Menana Mahomula, Irene Shanley, who's the third wealthiest woman in this country. But it was not so much about the wealth. But we feel that people in society whom we are saying, if you're not led by this caliber, you're not led. If you are not these people, but the caliber, if you are not led by this caliber, then you're not led. So you should reject that. I'll give you an example, another example. In 2024, leading to the parliamentary elections, we ran as an organization with minimal resources, when MPO, by the way, minimal resources, we ran the largest ever in this country, the largest ever non-political voter mobilization campaign, together with Times Life. We had 10 million hits. There is no politician, there is no one who can ignore that. And that's how people begin to engage you. What do you think about this? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? And that's very important. So organizations like ourselves and others need support, because people say, "Retairang." Then I can tell you today that you can no longer say that. What you can say is that we can support this, but not to go fight nonsense. We can go and fight a principled fight on matters like this one, because today we're talking procurement. But I'm just putting it broadly, so that these vehicles are powerful enough to go fight these battles. You need to resource them, you need to capacitate them, meaning when we are not happy about certain things, we go to court. We go to court. Where we're not happy about certain things, we mobilize communities. But remember, we're apolitical. We do not mobilize communities for or against anyone, but we mobilize communities for the community's gain on matters like these ones, because procurement has been hijacked. You listen to the Madlanga Commission every day for the past 3 months. We're not talking anything else but procurement. That cannot be an accident. And these are people that we've deployed in different sectors, in different arms of government, to say, please, leaders, please take over our interests. But we now see what has been happening. So it is very important that we mobilize communities. You know, as I was sitting down, I came up with this. I don't know where it came from, it just hit me. The rule of law is not upheld because it exists, but because societies create cultures that respect the supremacy of the law without policing. The opposite produces contradictory results. I'll stop there for now. I still have a little more. Thank you so much.
You know, as you started talking and telling us that you are from mums, Barikasi Adikazi, and then I'm thinking to myself, the way you're unpacking this, because even the analogy used around ends and moving it to the culture that we tend to perpetuate and somewhat normalize in our communities. Imagine if we could take a conversation like this one. We would probably see a lot more youth participating in these type of conversations. But I know we're not here for that. I just thought, since you touched on storytelling, your analogy was quite powerful. And then over to Dr. Baloyi, Dr. Danisa Baloyi. You have championed black business. How do we design governance systems that open doors for emerging suppliers without creating loopholes that undermine performance and value for money?
First, thank you very much for having me. And the culprit is grooving here. I must declare, he called me at 10 yesterday, last night, and said, I want you to be on a panel. I said, are you crazy? But sitting here, I am so grateful to him. This was very, very informative. It was worth the day. I was coming anyway because when I got the flyer, I sent it to so many people because this is so important. It is something that might make or break us going into the future. And people don't realize it. This hall should have been full because of the importance of the topic. So going back to what you are saying, let me look at it from this point of view. We need to change the way things are. We talk about procurement and think it can just happen. Most of the time when you go for a tender, there's money that you have to put across. And we don't have it. But we have institutions in this country that are supposed to assist us. That's where the change has to start. The NEF, the IDC, the DBSA, and a whole bunch of them who call themselves developmental institutions. but they act more like banks, even not, if not worse than banks. They want you to bring your cat and your dog and your chickens, and you don't have them. So if we don't start there, we still won't succeed. They must be able to come to the party to enable us to access those opportunities. We must tie procurement to these institutions, and that should be in those regulations. They should be enabling, because that's why they were designed. I was on the board of the IDC, and I deliberately, we were the first ones post democracy, I deliberately asked for board packs 10 years prior. Was it difficult stuff, but you know me, they gave me the board packs. I realized that the institutions that you see, successful, big business that you see today, were funded by those institutions. So it's not that we can't do it, but deliberately, we don't want to do it. As a nation, we don't want to do it. When we were given this topic, I said, let's put it differently. What is it that the South African community or the South African citizens are going to get out of this deal that we're discussing today? What is it that the ordinary person is going to get to benefit from the changes that we are pushing for in procurement? Is the benefit going to be transversal and everybody benefits? We must close the gaps, we must close the loopholes. How does this? Let's go back to what it was before. Historically, the public was centrally involved in procurement. We had tender boards. You know, with those tender boards, you had people from larger community who were participants. In Gauteng, there were 16 of us. I was the chair. I had a casting vote. So you had to bribe 16 people plus one to get a contract. And you were not able to. You had to do that. Now, we're hoping out of the 16, there'll be those with a conscience who say no. It is not that we were not pushed against the wall to say, you will give this contract to so and so. And I said, me, Danisa Baloyi, am not going to jail for you, honey. You wrote the rules, you gave them to me to implement. That's what I'm going to do. That's governance. You implement the rules as given to you. Even if you look at the old procurement documents, you could still make a difference. We created business people out of the Gauteng Tender Board, and I say it proudly. There was nothing. When we started, there were no black people who could build roads. We created them. We said, you all come together, come report that you formed a company that will compete with these big companies that build roads. And the first one emerged, and it was called Blacktop. They built the roads, not the ones that are built today, and they are craters after 1 month. And you know why that happens? It's because the road cost 100 million. You go to the officials who are now judge, jury, and executioner, who will say, well, I want 10% before you even get the contract. Now, those who are in business know out of 100 million, you might not make that 10% in profit. So what do? You cut costs, you build an inferior road, they give you a contract, You have to deal with sewage. What do? You cut corners and the sewer gets into our water. And all of those things come out of poor governance. We do not want to police each other. We do not want to make people accountable. And if you talk about it and you have a big mouth like me, you get sidelined. You get vilified and all of that. But I will stop talking when I go into my grave. I won't stop talking. Now, government wants to implement things. They are asking us here to contribute, and we are doing that, and we should. We must make sure that what we are saying ends up in those documents. Because there are voices that are more powerful than others. There will be some documents that will go in that will be preferred over some. So if we don't have a policing amongst ourselves, we'll be where we are. When we did the first BEE thing, I was castigated for saying we wrote after the BEE commission, we asked for a Rolls Royce and we got a Volkswagen. We must be careful not to get what's the small cars now? Yes, we'll get a quid and reverse everything. It is up to us. The problem, that's why we have these many empty seats. I'm so upset. It's because you think it's somebody else's responsibility. It's all our business. We don't want to be part of doing the hard slog. We want to complain after. And we've seen this all the time. Now, where did we fail? We failed in the past because we didn't put academia, business, and government in one area. Academia come with the research and everything. They show us the potholes. And business implements, and government comes out with those policies, etc. Now, we have officials in government who think that they must moonlight as business and then earn a salary at the end of the month, whilst entrepreneurs, high risk, high reward. And we see it, we acquiesce, we do nothing when governance is breached like that. We see it. None of us here can tell me we haven't seen it. That young man who's throwing his hands in the air and say, saying, it's because he's at the end of the tether. He knows he's capable, he can do the work, but he won't. I went to one municipality many years ago and said, Dr. Baloyi, oh, yeah, there is the contract to do what we asked for. It was about 80 million, but we want 8 million cash up front. I said, you know what, you get that from your mama. And we had driven all night, and we drove back to Joburg. But not before I gave them a lecture around what they were doing, because these were all black people. You know what they said to me? Oh, you're saying no? We have somebody in tow who will do it. Because we allowed it. Well, poor governance comes from lack of policing from us. It also comes from us who must understand that we must move from aspiration to action. Nobody's going to change this. I can tell you our children will be complaining about this if we don't do it. We put the beautiful documents here, and they go into government, and I'm sorry for the government officials who are here, my humble apologies. However, you then go and get experts, and that document gets diluted. By the time it's implemented, it's so watered down, the original people who wrote it can't recognize it. It happened before. Let us watch that it doesn't happen now, because it always happened. Let us learn to trust each other. The problem is that we don't. And if you look like me, I think you are not an expert. You understand? If the expert comes and they are black, we dismiss them. And I'm talking about our government. The government is the biggest procurer of goods and services. But check who advises them. Very rarely black people. And we go to the same schools. Maybe I went to the University of the North, but our children go to the same schools. They have the same degrees. Come on, people. Let's change this. Forgive me, I have to say this. We must not allow officials to act as implementers of programs that they, as if they lead service delivery. The entrepreneurs sitting here are the ones who have to implement. We have to insist on checks and balances. In Gauteng, at the tender board, we created a monitoring and evaluation department. You know, we give you a road to build, we would rock up where you are building the road and say, we paid for this, we paid for this, we paid for this. Let us see that those layers are there because we paid for it. House like Kenya, Majwenyana, Ala Amanyani, and all of that, we penalize you. But like somebody said earlier, there are no penalties now for doing wrong. Bridges fall, nobody cares. But somebody was paid to build that bridge. Schools fall on top of children. Nobody cares that that is done. But there are punitive measures out there. I'm about to finish. But the biggest problem is that we don't work together. We don't, because we don't trust each other. We should disrupt what's not working, at least for us. Because for other people, it's working, trust me. It's working. Can't tell me about banks. I was on the board of ABSA. You can't tell me about, I've been there, everywhere. You can't tell me. I know how the system works, and that's why I became unpopular. Because I disrupt. I disrupt. I will not acquiesce. I will not accept, because that's the way things are. You know, we've been doing this thing this way for so long. Can't change it now. I don't toe the line easily. So imagine if most of us became those ants that refuse to be trodden upon. We will change this country. We will change this country. But I want also to applaud those officials within government who stand their ground, who follow the rules, who do right, because there are many of them. The rotten potatoes are there, but there are many government officials who know that it's not a job, but it's public service. They know that. And we applaud them. We will not put everybody in one basket. It will be unethical. It will be wrong. But the worst thing that we do to each other is gatekeeping. Ourselves, not others. We close the gates for each other. Ourselves. You know, because I don't like Danisa Baloyi, I don't care how good she is. I'll close the doors. And the value and whatever expertise go to waste. We do that. There are many experts who happen to be black who are sitting at home because they dared to khata munwana o mogolo o. I know, been there, done that, and I don't care. Trust me. Now, I want us to look at the things that we can do, and I will tackle them later, a second round. But quick ones is to insist to be around the table. Mufukeng earlier on today said, we can't give the documents and be happy that they are there. We need to insist that the evaluating teams include everybody, should be all inclusive. We need to see the final document before it's published. We need to go back to doing what we used to do. Once it's there, go to town halls and tell our people. We used to do it in Gauteng. There are 6 regions. Trust me, we went there to tell people what procurement was about. And that's why we were able to create, sustain so many entrepreneurs in Gauteng. It's possible. It can be done. Earlier on, they talked about the 100,000 to 1 million threshold. We did it in Gauteng. And we did it because we knew a lot of our people have no guarantee there. And we went to government and said, if it doesn't work, if there are defaulters, we'll cancel. In 10 years, we didn't have one person who defaulted. So there were no guarantees taken from 100,000 to R1 million. So people could get to enter. Because if you don't open up like that, black people will be where they are. Give them the first steps. It's so nice to meet business people now who are doing so well, grade 9, this, that. Oh, thank you for giving me that first opportunity at the Gauteng Tender Board. But it takes guts, it takes bold attitude, and it takes the love for your people. You need to understand that governance doesn't mean that now you sit on top of the heads of your own people because in pet. You understand? So, let us stop paying people for doing nothing. And then the ones who deliver, we don't pay them. They go to your offices until their souls are finished because they refuse to give you 100,000. And their businesses go under. We know it. We don't collectively complain nor rally behind those businesses. And then we complain. Those things should be inbuilt in the new regulations that we want. We want to build a South Africa that we want, that will work for all of us. It starts here. It starts here. The last thing that I want to say is that business people are usually ethical when they start their businesses. They are made to cut corners because of the regulations that are not policed. So I'm appealing today to everyone sitting in this hall. Let us be those police. Why would we be happy that somebody goes to the PIC, borrows 20 million, and the thing goes belly up, and the PIC or the IDC goes after them and kill them off? But then they give me 3 billion. My company goes under. Huh? and I shoved some of the money aside. I'm now applauded as a billionaire when I didn't pay back the money to the PIC. We know this, we know them, but we are quiet. Why? Thank you.
Dr. Baloy's submission ushers in perfectly into the next segment of ethics and integrity. And I'm going to pose this to Mr. Dire, that the public procurement regulations mandate a code of conduct for procurement practitioners, annual conflict of interest disclosures, and procurement risk management frameworks. This is in Regulation 34 and Regulation 38. And the question is thus, we have seen procurement linked to state capture. Beyond training, what is the single most effective ethical safeguard you would implement tomorrow to rebuild public trust?
To address the question, I think we need to look at what currently exists as an obligation for procurement professionals. In the value chain of procurement, currently as it sits, if you sit on a BEC or any decision-making body, you've got you are jointly and severally liable for the decisions that you make. If the room is not aware, we don't get paid extra to be in those committees, but you understand the risk that it holds. So that's the first level. It already exists. It tells you that something is fundamentally wrong if people are continuing doing the incorrect things. It's telling me that it speaks to a culture issue. It speaks to what cannot be written in a legislation. It now speaks to how do we, as a society, start developing a ethical framework that we all abide to, from a school-going level up until you become a professional. Because what we've seen and what we see at the various commissions is concerning. The doctor spoke to the fact that previously you had 60 people in the procurement process making a decision. We still have 60 people in the value chain. You've got finance, you've got engineers, you've got quantity surveyors, you've got a lot of people in the value chain, but the outcomes remains what we see at the Madanga Commission. So what worries us more is what is the moral fiber that we need to be able to deal with as we develop our children at school and as we have people walking into the procurement space. So having painted that picture, from a accountability perspective, the procurement bill is very clear in terms of professionalizing the procurement space. Procurement currently is the only profession where we as procurement professionals do not have a body, where we are not structured, where we are fragmented, where capability is not even described. When we speak to capability, what is the minimum requirements that an individual must have to walk in and call themselves a procurement professional? We do not have that. And luckily, the bill seeks to take us there, and we are active participants in shaping that narrative. Currently in ESCOM, we prescribe to SIPS membership, which is an international body, but with a procurement bill, it brings it closer to home, where our body would be South African based with South African requirements and have a South African flavor, because currently we prescribe into international requirements. So as a procurement professional within ESCOM, you need to prescribe to SIPS, be a SIPS member, and also pass the SIPS ethics test. Secondly, from a capability perspective, we should have the ability to debar. The current challenge that we face is that I am able to job hop as I please in various environments. Therefore, where you got a accountability matrix that then puts me on a banner that says this individual has done wrong in X, you are able to see if he moves to municipal B. Thirdly, we need to protect our ethical people within the procurement environment. You have rightly fully said that there is ethical people, and there's many. The problem is that when ethical people are faced with an environment where they are not protected, where they get to be threatened, where their lives are in danger, they cannot be able to stand alone. So as you go as a fraternity, what we also want is to be able to have a environment where our people are protected as a profession, and their professional judgment is trusted, and we are able to say, when they say no, it's a no. And when they say no and somebody says yes, they can escalate it upwards. So that's the change that we would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Ndlovu, the public procurement regulations professionalize supply chain management through compulsory competency standards and recognize professional bodies like the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. So as the Black Management Forum develops managers across sectors, how then do we professionalize procurement, especially in state-owned entities and government, while ensuring that we retain and grow Black professionals without creating new barriers to entry?
So I think that, firstly, I think it was somewhere in the 90s where Lawton Ndlovu, the late Lawton Ndlovu, stated that the law is the minimum stimulus for what is right and good, but the heart is the more comprehensive one. Fundamental point, and it's something that's cutting across of our contributions, that we are stacking up regulations, the law, legislation, but it is only the base. It is not the end. It is what is the minimum stimulus for that which is correct. So that's the first part. Second part, then if the heart is the more comprehensive one, already we've started to imply and talk more directly about the value system as well. Now, regarding the procurement space and professionalizing that space, it's imperative to be very clear on the values that will drive the professionalization of that space. I think it was earlier one of the comments made in terms of cleaning up the procurement across government. In fact, a complete reset is necessary in order to give procurement in this country a fair fighting chance in terms of the end result, notwithstanding the fact that there are good public servants that have done a great job. But the extent at which we want to reset, or the extent at which we want to move in a particular direction to have more transformational outcomes, it does necessitate government to have a serious discussion about resetting that whole process from scratch and building it up from scratch. And that's quite a critical point that we need to put across, to say that if we really want to give procurement a fighting chance in order for us to tap into what we want to see happen, we've got to start from scratch and then build up the professionalization of the procurement profession itself, clear regulatory body within there as well. What BMF specifically has done in the past year or so, in fact, we've been doing this for a couple of years, but BMF now is a professionally recognized organization by SACWA in terms of transformation as a profession. Now, we know that it's not statutory, but transformation, we have to build up the profession. So what it means to be a transformation professional, the transformation director, transformation manager, transformation professional in the space. And part of what we also seek to do is also get into the public service space, that public servants have this transformation designation for what it stands for in terms of being a transformation champion as a professional. So we're adding that in terms of the contribution to say there's another additional layer that's on the move now in terms of transformation as a profession. So it would be good that procurement officers, those that sit on committees, also have this transformation designation as well, just like SAICA and others. And when people then misbehave, we then as an institution, because we're regulating transformation now, we as an institution have the power to revoke and remove your designation because you're not acting in line with our expected values and the standards and the norms that we are currently developing in terms of transformation as a profession and a developing profession in the country. So I think these two, they definitely run parallel. And as we also try to beef up the existing professionals in the space as well, that there's some great professionals in the public services that have done an outstanding job. The other portion, which is also very important, is exposing that level of work that has been done and achieved. Because we're talking about public trust. So if the emphasis is on public trust, then the approach is going to be different now, because the public would then need to be convinced that the public servants that are acting on their behalf are true to their word, they are true to the code of conduct, they are true to the regulatory standards, and they're making decisions on behalf of as well. We're also aware that through the Auditor General's reports, we don't have sufficient decision makers that have a thorough understanding of even financial management across. We have issues, I think it's about 87% of those, there were issues around contract management and procurement across municipalities. So already we are seeing that from a capacity building point of view, we have to redouble our efforts. We know that the National School of Government is also doing its work as well in ensuring that it embeds professionalization within the public service as well. And so it's really going to really take a redoubling of efforts in really ensuring that we professionalize from the ground up, especially now we're going to local government elections. And unfortunately, from a political point of view, whether it's triple B or procurement is now going to be used squarely as a political football. And a highly litigious environment as well. And so this also compounds the public trust matter around these issues. So where we are headed, we've got to be very, very clear. We need to clarify where we all stand, clarify the issue, and have a more unified public views on these matters, separating this procurement regulations and the drive of procurement and BEE in its defense from the politics as much as possible, because it is being used and it will be used between now and 2029, that we've got to litigate against these matters, we've got to revoke them, we've got to remove them, because they're not good for the public, because that is the debate that's out there. And so from where we're sitting, we've really got to redouble our efforts as far as developing yes, the procurement aspect, the transformation champions as well, and the public discourse from our perspective on what exactly we want to see, what has happened, and the consistency of the messaging around what we want to see in South Africa going forward.
Thank you for that comprehensive response. Dr. Masiteng, state capability is not just skills, it is also systems. So what lessons from the United Nations procurement systems can help South Africa institutions to move from a compliance-driven approach to a much more strategic developmental procurement approach?
I think there are already examples of identifying challenges in some of the municipalities, like I think Mangaung, where you would have realized that every other year, almost 70% of the money that they have been given in the risk areas of emergency and infrastructure keeps on coming back. And it already talks to what has been spoken about, is the capacity building issue. But when you go and sit down and try and understand where the challenges are, is that there is no what in the UN we call open contracting standard, where from planning to implementation, you already look at the timing. If you look at the timing of infrastructure projects, they cannot be procured in 1 year. You cannot just say you want to have a very big infrastructure program of water and then you say the financial system is about March to April. Because by the time you finish the year, you are still trying to do some of the work that needs to understand what you can do. Therefore, that understanding of procurement in that environment remains important. But also making sure that even if it's moved into long-termism, there are standards. And there is continuous monitoring. And that continuous monitoring is not on systems in computers. It's in the field. Because there are those that are able to do the programming, there are those that are going to do the work, there are those that are going to just go into the system and know that I am just going to take my 10% and leave them, and in many cases, it's those that cannot do it. So that capacity building is very important, and the United Nations has got that ability just to work with the government within your own systems, but to try and be able to say, what are the ways and means in which you try and make sure that you keep an eye, it's just keeping an eye. The second issue is the issues of integrity pact. I think when all is done and finished, our integrity remains. If you would have somebody who would be given 3.2 billion in the country to run a census and finishes a census and say, I haven't stolen a cent. And you have journeyed with the person. What you do in a pact is you journey together. In pacts is what you're talking about. You journey together in a multi-stakeholder environment. That brings everybody around the table. Therefore, we know if the money was stolen at that particular milestone, we know exactly how it would have left. So if we are compacting and we are doing it in that environment, there is nobody who knows I can come into the system and leave. If you come into that system, you are going to be part of that system from planning to the end. And that is the pacting that should be done. One of the other things that should be done is the agreements should be transparent. They should be known. There's one government here. We should know all the companies that are able to be given the work. The ones that have failed should be blacklisted. In the UN, if you worked for UN Women and you failed, we know, you note. If you go to UNICEF and you fail, we note. If you go to the third one, we tell the rest of the agencies that please don't work with Kifilo Masiteng because you are not going to get anything out of her. In actual fact, the examples of where she fails are. It's just telling that you're not able to do it. By now, I'm sure there are 3 or 4 companies that we can even tell to each other. We have seen them, we see them, we know about them, we read about them. But I can tell you, they are in the system. Next round, they're going to be the ones that are going in the water and in the infrastructure. So these are some of the things that we know. We know who is not doing well, but the pacting, if it is not there, it doesn't help all of us. Now, the other issue is the protection of those who are ethical. If you are ethical, you are ethical. If you are able to say, you know what, come now, just give me 3 months, I'll find another job. Lena, I'm not going to do it. So I'm saying this because I've been a public servant before. I was in status say I ran censuses and those household surveys. If it gets to a point where you have a minister that tells you, ube uvula mehlo sisi, I was very lucky. People steal money here. If you concentrate on running the census, by the time you finish the census, you will be in jail because you are signing these things. It helps. But in those things, it's about being able to know that somebody will be a whistleblower. Protect them. Be able to know how to keep a secret. If you are ethical, you do. It's not umkosi. We keep secrets. If you are vetted, top secret, confidential, and you understand what it means, you are able to keep a secret so that you don't get anybody into unnecessary danger. But unfortunately, in our systems, what we do is rehatisa babang sisipa. That is a new skill that we have, rehatisa sisipa, and you know exactly that is what works in the procurement environment. I don't know why it is that in that environment, the skills we learned were the distraction skills. And therefore, I think a lot needs to be done in terms of procurement capacity building, but taking it back and saying, when all is done and finished, our integrity remains. Thanks.
Mr. Tobela, Regulation 24 allows rigorous financial and institutional capability requirements for strategic projects. Infrastructure needs capable contractors, but if we set the bar too high, we exclude emerging firms. If too low, projects fail. How should the state calibrate capability requirements to build both infrastructure and industry?
What a question.
I was told that you are also a development practitioner, and who best to pose that question to, if not to you?
Okay, maybe, and just upfront, yes, I am that, but I'm also not a procurement professional, and development practitioner could mean other things than that. But, and I'm certain this is my parting shot. We are here. Whatever we're discussing should culminate into a submission. And the first thing that comes to my mind is that, and when I started speaking earlier, I said, Dr. Baloyi, maybe this is the 200th conference of a similar nature. One, how do we make sure that this whole expensive exercise on a very important matter does not end up as a ticker box that will be decided elsewhere? That is the first thing that we need to come out of here with. I once asked someone who attended a conference, I think it was in Singapore, how was it? He says, oh, we slept at the most expensive hotel, the food was amazing, and we took pictures with the most famous people. Not appreciating that the conference they had attended, there would have been a submission made elsewhere and their views will not be there. But even if they are there, how do we make sure that they're exactly what we deposited? I hope this has been captured. Now, I'm not at an expensive hotel. I can't say this one so with famous people. But I plead, there's many things that have been submitted. I would like to deposit the following, and we need to ascertain that in that submission, they are there. One, protection against fronting and elite capture. We can come up with this, we can submit, but capturers know exactly who to capture at what levels and why. How do we police that whole value chain? It is the second thing that we need to come out. Secondly, we need to be able to ascertain that in this submission, there must be outcome-based procurement measurement, not just tick a box, exercise their compliance, but we would want to see the real change in people's lives on the ground. People are getting jobs, smaller companies are being contracted by the bigger players. That is outcomes-based. And procurement that is directly linked to industrialization and local economic development. I do not even want to say township economy. I think the only economy is in township, by the way. It may end up elsewhere, but it's in the township because the majority of people are in townships and rural communities. So the economy is in township. So there is no township economy. The only economy is township. We need independent oversight and anti-corruption enforcement. Why? Because those whom we complain about in the system that there is something going wrong here are the very people who preside over the wrongness. And it has happened and happened and happened, and it will keep happening unless if we in this hall we do something about it. As entrepreneurs, as academics, meaning we're all part of a value chain that must ascertain that this come right. It cannot be Merekwa UNISA. It cannot Merekwa DTIC. It cannot be Merekwa Treasury to make sure that this, all of us are part of that value chain. Unless, if we do otherwise, it means we're just people who said, dijo ne di le monate, robetse ko hoteleng e pila, and then re ntse re ditshwantsho le batho ba ho tuma. We need stronger support and protection for genuine emerging enterprises. Someone earlier said, in South Africa, you fail once. That failure is bigger. You're better, you are gone. But they mentioned that, I don't remember which country that was, that when you fail, you are supported even more to succeed because you are viewed as someone who's closer to success. Hence, I'm saying we need stronger support and protection for genuine emerging enterprises. Another thing that I believe should go into this submission, Dr. Danisa Baloyi really hit it so much, that nail, that at some point, maybe there are people here who are uncomfortable, but we need to professionalize and depoliticize procurement. We need whoever, we are apolitical, but people must find ways when elections come, creative, innovative ways of raising monies to campaign. Singori, when you must bring in 200 million because only deal is so. That 200 million, you collect to a mang. How? How? So we need to depoliticize procurement. And the last one is to create transparent, and then most of the previous speakers spoke about it, but I'll just touch on it quickly. Transparent digital platforms where procurement happens. We know who pitched. We know Batseneka Bokai. We know who it was mang. What were the considerations for the panel? And those things, I must be able to access them whether I'm in Mamelodi, I'm in Waterfall, I'm in Sete, I'm in Matatiele. Because that will put pressure on anyone. If people refuse to be ethical by themselves, then we must police that to make sure that we create an environment so transparent that it is difficult to be unethical. Thank you.
And then for this last round of questions to Dr. Baloyi, Regulation 20 and Regulation 22 relax qualification and experience requirements, especially for low value and developmental procurement. You have argued for access, especially in your previous submission. With relaxed criteria, how do we ensure state capability is not compromised? But what support must accompany these emerging suppliers so they can still deliver?
No, thank you very much for that question, because it's really has been used as a barrier. They can't do this job. So what we did in the past in Gauteng, we said we'll twin. We came up with the issue of twinning. We'll twin the big one with the small one. However, in the beginning, we would give the contract to the big one and say a portion of this must go to the small one. And it never happened. They will give the small one 10,000 every month and go away. Understand? So we gave the contract to the small one and say, outline what you can do and what is it that you can't do. So we made sure that we helped them bring the expertise that they lack, but they had control. And it worked. It worked. At first, there was resistance, big time resistance, but in the end, it worked. We twinned people until the smaller companies were able to go on their own and do their thing. So it shouldn't be used as a barrier. However, our people need to be professional as well. I remember when I complained to the Gauteng government, oh, how do we then train these people? They are a problem. The then MEC of Finance, Paul Mashatile, gave me a laptop and a key and an office and said, create this small business agency. I'm like, wow. He says, put the team together, create. And from scratch, we created the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. And the reason for it was that it was supposed to help those enterprises that lacked. So they both are in Gauteng. So if this one has issues of finance, the GEP would help. If they lacked skills, GEP would help. So they worked together, they balanced each other out. I wonder if that's still happening today, but that's why we created Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. We wanted to call it Gauteng Enterprise Development, but we found somebody had taken it. So as I scrolled through the names, Propeller came. I said, that sounds nice. I took it to MEC Mashatile. He said, we go with that. Go and put together the team, put together the board, put together the board that will put together the management. So it can be done if there is a will. It can be done, it can happen. Because we do have the skills. The other thing that I want to debunk once and for all is for people to tell us there are no skills. Why is there UNISA here? There is no skills in South Africa. We have to go outside to get the skills. And then when you look, it is a secretary that we say is scarce skills from outside. It's not a nuclear physicist. Us. It is us who's doing that to ourselves. So if we don't police, we must take what we get. Ms. Ndimande asked a very fundamental question earlier on. Why are we doing this? I hope I'm correct in paraphrasing what you asked. Why are we doing this? What's going to be the end result? What is it Mr. Tobela said? We've done this over and over again. Let us be intentional about this. It is a bridge between the past and the future. It is something that could be a legacy if we do it right for our children, for the future of this country. This country can transform. I once said at one forum where there were 100 CEOs and 100 chairmen of the top companies, I said, why are you on an investment strike? Why is it that you do not want to empower small companies? Why should they suffer? Because they also deposit in your institutions. If my gogo doesn't put 5,000 and you need $1 million, it's short 5,000, it's not $1 million. Let's start there. However, when my gogo gives Stockfell money, you take it. The same gogo and her people come and say, oh, we thought of an enterprise. Can you give us 3 million? You say no. But it's their money. It's their money from Stockfell, which runs into billions. Some person comes and says, I'm going to build a mall. I need 300 million. From that very Stockfell money, you give them. We got to change these things and say, Stockfell money. Look at the ad now of one of the banks and what they are promoting with the Stockfell money. So every time that ad comes, I say, we could improve this ad to empower people. Okay, take the Stockfell money, but we as an institution are going to help you build your enterprises that you want to build, etc., etc. There are good things that they are doing with the school and whatever, but they are sort of silent on the entrepreneurship development. So that's what's lacking. And if the institution is here, please look at that, add it to the ad, because it would make a huge difference if you funded small businesses with that money. Just from their stockpile money, they could move mountains. Now, in terms of the things that we want to see happen, they've already spoken about fronting. We need to bring back the public into procurement. Same as companies have boards, members of the board of directors that come from the larger community. Let's bring back the community, Joe Soap and whoever, into procurement. We have failed with this experiment of having the officials write the document, what they want, and then they go and adjudicate on the same. Same people. Recipe for disaster. Let us have the public back into procurement so that it is the last line of defense. Because it worked before. We tried this, it doesn't work. Now, we have the right to intervene. I want us to find a way to put it in those reforms. The public has the right to intervene. Somebody during lunch, or I think one of the presenters said it's 60 million of us who are shareholders. It's our money that they play dice with. So we want to be able to have the right to throw the dice ourselves and see where the dice is going to land. Let the public come back into procurement. And we have the right to intervene if things are not going right. We talked about the 40%. What can propel it up is if we have ethical and deliberate twinning that doesn't involve fronting. And it can be done. We've done it before. It happens and it can be executed perfectly. But it has to be policed because honali ditsotsi out there. And we allow them. The media is here, sometimes doesn't put out the story the way it should be put. So we can't rely 100% on the formal media. I'm pushing that we use alternative media as well to communicate with our people, social media platforms, so we reach our people. They are on all of these things, you TikTok, you whatever they are. If the message reaches our people, let's use that platform. So everybody knows about these changes because they are going to impact their lives, especially the entrepreneurs. We must tie procurement to the Black Industrialist program. By the way, the Black Business Council, we are the architect of the Black Industrialist program. It was supposed to be 100% Black people. Somehow, along the way, somebody, when I said stuff get diluted in cyberspace, we woke up, we have to get an established company that will take 51%, will remain with 49. Those were not the recommendations that we put, but we're living with it today. We were relying on government to put the cover, the funding for us. We can't get full funding. We still have to go out there and raise funding. We want government to tie procurement to this so that we don't have this rigmarole. Also, when you get given that project gets approved for your machinery as a black industrialist, you have to go and get somebody who will buy your stuff, and they deliberately won't give you the offtake agreement, and you're doomed. We have to figure out amongst ourselves how to have that pool that will give those offtake agreements. Because as the Black Industrialist Program stands today, without that offtake agreement, you don't get that money. And the one that pains me a lot, because we spent sleepless night putting together that document as a proposal for black industrialists. We said funders, they will give you 30%. I don't know if it's gone up now. You've got to go and get the 70% to fund that project, however noble it is. Where the hell are you going to get the 70%? So we're back to square one. Your lofty idea fails. And then your document gets to be resurrected somewhere else by other people who steal your idea, because they have an off-taker, they have the money, they have da-da-da-da-da. We should demand an audit of who has been funded on that Black Industrialist Program since it started. We will be shocked. Somebody says we'll see flames. That's one of the ones that will make us have sleepless nights. We need to have it tied to procurement so we are able to balance the two. At the moment, we are doomed. Why is it that all our developmental institutions want us to put 30% or whatever, go look for the 70%? If I don't have the 30%, where will I get the 70%? We have to find ways to mitigate that so we are able to bring more black businesses into the fold. Otherwise, we'll be sitting here next year talking about this. Trust me, I've been in this black business story for a long time. And it pains me to see that we are still fighting the same battles today that we fought there. And some of the little gains we had made have been rolled back. Some people now are able to come up and tell us that BEE is a problem, BEE is a crime, BEE is this, BEE is that, because we haven't defended it enough. I think we need to go back to the drawing board and defend BEE, because without an enabling environment, an enabler, we won't go anywhere. I cannot start a race 100 with Akani and think I will win that race, that 100-meter race. Akani will make me see flames. So I need to be somewhere there. It's 100 meters. I must get 30 or 40 meters. When he starts here, maybe I have a winning chance. And that's the way we should treat development, development finance, procurement in this country, and not be apologetic and keep quiet and take the pain without fighting back. No, please, I'm begging. Let us fight back. It is our right. Thank you very much.
I'm just checking. I know we're way over time. Okay, should we wrap up? Okay. All right. So thank you so much to the room for staying awake. Clearly the coffee and the soda that you had worked. 50, actually it's almost 80 minutes ago, I promised that no live reading of 52 pages. What you got instead, 5 people who know that fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective isn't a slogan. It's a job. So take one provision from today, enforce it. That's how we move from levers to lights on. Thank you again to the panel, and thank you for having us.
Yes, can we give the gifts out? We're getting the photographer to come so that we can capture this final panel. It's only fair. And please stay on stage so that we can hand out your gifts. Professor Chivase, are you joining us? Just for this final moment before we get into the closing of today's session. You've all been a wonderful audience. Thank you for staying right till the end and for being so engaged. So as we take this final moment to capture this final panel and hand out their guests as a form of appreciation. Yes. And if we could get into formation for this photograph. Thank you. Right. Are you ready? The gift, yeah. Big smiles, everyone. Thank you so much. Might as well use this moment. Could we please return the lectern because we're coming to the close of today's session while everybody takes their seats. I just want to, thank you firstly for being such a wonderful audience, staying and remaining not only in the room but engaged right through. And over and above that, we've come to a very critical moment. We have said that the inputs, your engagements today, will be collated and they will form part of the submissions and the feedback that needs to be given to National Treasury. And so today we've heard all the issues, many varied issues that are central to South Africa's procurement reform journey. And we've heard both the promise and the complexity of this reform. And we've also explored the opportunities and the risks that lie before us, that if we're going to seize this moment, if we're going to make an impactful, transformational change for future generations, we have to be very deliberate about what we do and what we do moving forward. And so it is that time in a colloquium for us to take a moment to just gather the key threads of today's deliberations and consider what they mean for this road ahead, for everyone gathered here and the various stakeholders. And so to deliver this very important reflection of the outcomes of this colloquium, please help me welcome to the stage Professor Ophelia Lidimo of the UNISA Graduate School of Business Leadership. Prof? Yes, we need the mic stand for this one. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like first to start appreciate our partners, IDC, ESCOM, Progressive Business Forum, and the others for really ensuring that we have this fruitful colloquium that we had today. And I want to also appreciate our Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Nkabula, for affording us as the Graduate School of Business Leadership this opportunity. Vice Principal, Dr. Chivase, we are really grateful that you were able to come and set the scene for us. Professor Matli and the SPL leadership, thank you so much for helping us to pull this session together. I believe that we have achieved the mandate of this colloquium in that the panel members, the speakers, even through the questions, that we were able to come up with solid proposals, solid reviews of what is happening in terms of the current procurement practices. Looking at the inputs from the first panel discussion around fiscal governance and procurement reform, it is noted that it's very important that we leverage on what is working at the moment, and that when we make changes based on an in-depth diagnosis that will inform our decisions, so that our decisions are not based on superficial analysis. And we also noted the proposals that the panel members made in terms of having a central database, e-tender portal, transparent procurement processes, payment guarantees, blacklisting fairness practices. So those issues, those concerns will be captured in our submission, and we will also highlight the importance that the importance of the policy to be aligned to a transformation and industrialization strategy as its basis. Because when you have aligned your policy and your legislation to transformation, it will be transactional, and it will be real, and we will see impact in the daily lives of our people. And in terms of panel 2, where the focus was on mining, energy, and infrastructure procurement, we have also noted several proposals there and concerns and issues around how small and black businesses are being excluded in mining, and how the law can play a critical role to empower our small businesses, and to make sure that our officials, they apply policies, they apply the legislation consistently to make sure that we don't have limitations and setbacks. And the last panel, briefly also, I will just highlight what we captured. They focused on governance, ethics, and state capability. I think what stood out for us is that there is a need for a professional body for procurement officials to ensure that they have professional practices that guides them in their day-to-day operations, to ensure ethical behavior in their roles, and that it's very important that we build capacity and also protect our ethical procurement officials. Again, Mayor Dr. Baloyi highlighted the importance of stockfell money, that we need to sort of look into that and ensure that it's used as a funding tool to support small and emerging businesses. So we will be consolidating the information. Our scribers have been very ready, capturing every detail, every word, every sentence, to make sure that when we do the analysis and consolidate the information, we have captured everything that was discussed, shared today. And then we will make sure that we share the draft with the relevant key stakeholders. Mr. Nchabeling will make sure that you get the draft and other partners to be able to give last inputs before we make a submission on the 15th of June. And thank you so much, Mayor Azania, and I hope we will now start wrapping up.
As you've heard, I have my marching orders, so we're wrapping this thing up for sure. Thank you so much, Professor Ophelia Lidimo. As you've heard, all these inputs, your wonderful contributions, and your thoughtful reflections, will be drawn together and put together as outcomes of this colloquium to inform Treasury. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the close of what I'm sure you agree has been a rich, timely, and very deeply significant gathering. And we move into the final component of our formalities, and that's the vote of thanks. I think today has been more than a meeting of minds. It's really been a gathering of purpose, bringing together all the stakeholders, government, academia, civil society, business, state-owned entities, SMMEs. We've heard it all. And it truly has been a demonstration of a shared commitment to strengthening South Africa's policy procurement policy. And so we welcome Dumi Muhube, the CEO of Black Agencies Network Association, for this vote of thanks, because there are a number of people who need to be recognized, the many hands that have contributed to making today a reality. Let's now welcome Dumi Muhube from Bana. Thank you.
I almost said good evening, but I think it's still good afternoon. Thank you so much, and I'm going to keep it quite short. So as we draw the curtain on what has truly been a remarkable day, I rise on behalf of BANA, the Black Agencies Network Association, to express our deepest gratitude to everyone who made this colloquium not just possible, but extremely powerful. And I do so not only as a CEO, but as a professional who lives these challenges literally every day. The marketing, advertising, and communication industry is valued at over 120 billion, and yet less than 2% of that spend finds its way to Black-owned agencies. If ever there was a reminder of why procurement reform, transformation, and intentional public participation are not policy debates but lived realities, I think certainly that number is. Today has been deeply personal and deeply necessary. To the UNISA Graduate School of Business, thank you for convening this critical national conversation. Backed by 150 years of academic excellence, the SBL continues to demonstrate scholarship and statecraft belong together. To the Executive Dean and CEO, Professor Walter Matley, I'm sure he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Your intellectual leadership and your unwavering commitment to procurement reform as a tool for genuine economic transformations has set the tone today for everything that we experience. So thank you so much. This colloquium bears your fingerprints, and South Africa is better for it. I don't see you, but I know you hear me. To Dr. Christopher Chivase, UNISA's Vice Principal for Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement, and Student Support, also thank you for anchoring this institution's commitment to public engagement at its highest level. We extend also our sincere gratitude to our sponsors and our partners whose generosity and belief in this dialogue has definitely made this a reality. To the NEF, the IDC, the Development Bank of South Africa, African Bank and ESCOM, to the PBI Foundation, the BBC and the Black Management Forum. Your partnership speaks to the collective will of organized business that shape policy and not just merely just respond to it. Today's conversations would not have been possible without our exception moderators. I hope they're still all here. Ms. Luani Chokwe, Ms. Noni Mashika, and Musidi Mukhele, thank you all so much. You held this space with precision and grace, and we appreciate it. To our distinguished guest and panelist, you did not come here just to perform, you came to contribute, and this room is leaving better informed because of you. And to every delegate, representative from government, state-owned entity, academia, civil society, SMME sectors, and everybody else who travel far and wide to come here today, your presence is your commitment. Your questions were your contributions, and we sincerely thank you. And finally, to our program director, Azania Musaka, you guided us, you guided us through a full and demanding day with warmth, intelligence, and effortless command of the room. Thank you so, so much. Just a final reminder, so the submissions of the draft General Public Procurement Regulations 2026 do close on the 15th of June. And everybody else in terms of public comments, please do send through your emails. But last and not certainly least, as we leave the space today, let us carry with us not just the insights, but the responsibility. South Africa's procurement environment, estimated at 2.7 trillion, is not an abstraction. It is schools, it is hospitals, it is infrastructure, it is livelihoods, it is transformation. The work does not end here. I think it only begins here. So thank you so much and travel safe.
I don't think I need to say any more. Thank you so much, Tumi. Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, today's proceedings are officially closed. And as she said, may you leave with renewed clarity, renewed commitment, and perhaps even renewed courage. Thank you for being here. Travel safely home. And may what we had here be the beginning of a conversation that shapes the road ahead. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you.